Finance and Public Administration Legislation Committee. Today, the committee will continue its examination of the additional estimates for 2021-2022 with the cross-portfolio hearing on Indigenous matters. The committee may also examine the annual reports of the departments and agencies appearing before it. Senators, departments and agencies have been provided with advice on the arrangements in place to ensure the supplementary budget estimates 2021-2022 hearings are conducted in a COVID-safe environment. This guidance is also available from the Secretariat. The committee appreciates the cooperation of all attendees in adhering to these arrangements. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. The committee would appreciate if senators could please provide any written questions on notice to the Secretariat by Friday the 4th of March 2022. However, reminds all senators as well as departments and agencies that written questions on notice can be provided at any time. The committee has fixed Friday the 25th of March 2022 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The Senate, by resolution in 1999, endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in the estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. I particularly draw the attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate of the 13th of May 2009 specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. Witnesses are specifically reminded that a statement that information or a document is confidential or consists of advice to government is not a statement that meets the requirements of the 2009 order. Instead, witnesses are required to provide some specific indication of the harm to the public interest that could result from the disclosure of the information or the document. The Senate has also resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear, and witnesses should speak clearly and into the microphones to assist Hansard to record proceedings. I remind everyone in the hearing room to switch off your mobile phone and other devices or turn them to silent. I also remind those senators and witnesses appearing via video conference who are not speaking to mute your microphones. Officers are requested to keep opening statements brief or seek to incorporate longer statements into the Hansard, and I note that we have already received some statements from witnesses this morning for that purpose. Finally, the committee has agreed to allow media into the hearing room. In doing so, the committee reminds the media that they must follow the directions of the committee and the Secretariat and remain within those areas clearly marked for the media. In addition, recording must not occur from behind the committee or between the committee and the witnesses, and computer screens and documents belonging to senators must not be filmed, photographed or recorded. Witnesses are reminded that they can object to being recorded at any time. The committee thanks the media in advance for maintaining a COVID-safe approach while in the hearing room. I'd like to welcome Senator the Honourable Amanda Stoker, representing the Minister for Indigenous Australians, Ms Jodie Bruin, Chief Executive Officer of the National Indigenous Australians Agency, and via video conference, Mr Joe Morrison, Group Chief Executive Officer of the Indigenous Land and Sea Corporation, and other officers. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement at this time?
No, thank you, Chair.
Ms Bruin, do you wish to make an opening statement at this time?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Mr Morrison, do you wish to make an opening statement at this time?
I do, please.
Thank you, Mr Morrison. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair and Senators, for the opportunity to appear before you today. Despite the challenging operating caused by COVID-19, the ILC achieved its targets for 2020-21, on track to deliver its 21-22 target. We have acquired 3 interests in land and waters for Indigenous people of our state, with 2 more approved and yet to be settled. We have granted services to Indigenous corporations against our target of 8, with a further 5 approved yet to be transferred. We are above our target of 90 active acquisition and management projects with 100 current active projects, and we are on to meet our Indigenous employment and training targets. Our subsidiary Voyages is the brunt of COVID-19 related travel restrictions down due to low visitor numbers, but it remains operational for the year. Our strategy of agribusiness operations continues with the exit of Isla subsidiary primary partners from Roebuck Plains Station in the Kimberley region in Australia and its handover to Nyumabura Yaru in February. Plans to divest the National Indigenous Excellence site in Redfern, Sydney continue with a transition plan. A number of milestones being met. The New South Wales Aboriginal Council will be the new owner of the NCI site by the July of this year. We've also had significant changes at our board. Ms. Kate Healy and Mr. Nigel Directors were appointed as directors of 2021. Mr. Ian as chair on the 1st of December 21. Ms. Kate Adamson as director on the 4th of January 2022. And Ms. Kirsty Masala as director effective March 2022. These changes to our board take effect as we embark on a significant period of consultation with Indigenous Australians, National Indigenous Land and Sea Strategy, a key policy document. Our NILS engagement will be supported by a number of Indigenous experts and by the ideas and aspirations of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people around the country. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morrison. I understand we have a couple of questions from Senator Ayres.
I just sent you a note. I was hoping that we're waiting for Senator Lyons to jump online.
Oh, right. Well,
I'm happy to go to
Senator
Thorpe if you
want
want
to go. Senator Thorpe, you have the call. Apologies.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just jump straight into it, given time. The Minister for Indigenous Australians announced a further appointment to the Indigenous Land and Sea Corporation Board. Ms. Kirsty Masala was appointed on a 3-year term commencing 16th of March 2022. How are appointments to the board made?
Board appointments are made by the Minister with recommendation from the National Indigenous Australians Agency.
So in terms of accountability and transparency to our people, what was the process? Was it a competitive process or did the Minister just handpick?
Senator, that's probably a question more easily answered by the National Indigenous Australians Agency, as we are not party to that process.
Does anyone else want to answer that?
I might hand it over to Mr. Jacom. Am I saying that right? Jacob, there you go. I gave you a French flavour that you probably didn't need.
Thank you. Brendan Jacob, Chief Lawyer, National Indigenous Australians Agency. Senator, in relation to the recent appointment to ILSC Board, we used the process with Carmichael Amthrop, identifying potential candidates that meet the criteria set out in the legislation for a board member, and then that's put to the Minister for his consideration.
Would I be able to get the criteria on notice?
Yes, Senator.
Please. Thank you. We've seen issues with the board of the ILSC in the past. How confident should our people be that there are robust processes in place to make sure only appropriate people are appointed to the board?
Was that question directed at me? I beg your pardon, Senator.
Whoever wants to answer. We just want some accountability and transparency to the people.
Sure.
And in terms of the government choosing their criteria, how do you come up with appropriate people to be putting on these boards?
Well, as you've heard from Mr. Jacob, there's been an external process that's been engaged in, and it's conducted using transparent criteria for which you have sought them to be provided on notice, and they will be. And then people are assessed against that criteria and recommendations are made. Ultimately, the discretion at the end lies with the Minister, but in many ways that's appropriate because the Minister is subject to principles of ministerial accountability. And if for some reason an appointment wasn't stacking up, it would be the Minister who is accountable for that. But we are very confident that the process is drawing out people who are entirely appropriate for the role, and the use of an independent search agency is part of the way that we make sure that we're getting the good from all the different parts of our community.
Thank you. In February last year, the Minister for Indigenous Australians wrote to the chair of the ISLC, writing, "I have decided not to support the appointment of the ILSC's preferred candidate, Joseph Morrison, due to a number of issues surrounding Mr Morrison's previous employment and departure which remain unresolved." I have some articles here that I'd like to table, please. The newspaper article mentioned that you were unaware of the Minister's lack of support for you, Mr Morrison. Are you aware of that now?
I, in fact, have had conversations with the Minister novel at the ILSC, confidential conversations, and I think we have to work beyond that and continue working constructively for the benefit of Indigenous as the Chief Executive Officer of the ILSC.
Could you tell us what the issues were that the Minister was referring to?
I cannot tell you that because I was not aware of what those issues were that the Minister had issue with.
It is my understanding that it has been reported that you left a 5-year post as CEO of the Northern Land Council due to misconduct allegations that you have denied. If you don't have the confidence of the Minister, why do you think you are the best person to lead the ISLC?
I went through a recruitment process and I put my case forward in the normal course of recruitment, and I was not obviously the decider in that process and was awarded the position.
On the 4th of December 2021, press release announcing your appointment to the ILSC said that you had sat, and I quote, on the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy with the Prime Minister. That's a lie, isn't it?
I think at the time it was a misquote. I was on a panel that was watching the policy document. The Minister appeared by video conference. I think whether I sat on the panel and whether I appeared on a separate panel launching it is where the mix took place.
So your actual role had been to sit on an expert panel webinar on December 3, the day before your new role was announced. Talk me through in detail how this alleged mistake was made on the press release.
Yeah. If you don't mind, I could probably answer that. Tricia Stroud, Chief Operating Officer. I can confirm that the error was actually an ILSC error in terms of our biography and the information that we had pulled together and contributed to the police. Once we were alerted that that was actually not that there had been some confusion, it was remedied.
Since starting work with the corporation, Mr Morrison said he had not witnessed board dysfunction and that he expected the organisation to continue the high performance of the last 2 years. Are you saying that there has been nothing but high performance of the ILSC in the last 2 years?
I think the ILSC has regardless of views and opinions about the former board continued to meet its targets as required, the PBS targets, and it's been able to continue on working in partnership with Indigenous Australians.
So does a high-performance organisation have a Commonwealth Ombudsman public interest disclosure investigation report released with adverse findings on January 30, 2020? Suffer a board split over an attempt by chair to introduce new governance principles, 7th of May 2020? A motion of no confidence in chair and acting CEO put and carried 17th of June 2020. A second motion of no confidence in chair is carried 19th of August 2020. And Vivian Tom is appointed to conduct a review and find as that there is a high risk the board can't fulfil its functions 25th of August 2020.
Well, those reviews and investigations were not into the operation ILSC, they were into the board governance and the my time. And as I said earlier, Senator, the operations of the ILSC continue to perform its functions and to meet its expected targets.
So I might reiterate my first question. Do you think that, would you say that there's been nothing but high performance of the ILSC in the last 2 years?
I believe, regardless of those indications, that the ILSC has continued to meet its expectations of Parliament.
Do you genuinely think that the ILSC is doing a good job?
Senator, a subjective question, but I think at the end of the day, the ILSC is an important feature of the Indigenous institutional framework in Australia, and I think it's got a very important role in the future. I do think that it can always strive to be better, and that's something that I'm very keen to continue working across the other portfolios and within the ILSC.
Thank you. I'm happy for this to go on notice, Chair. But how much is the CEO paid and how much is the Chair paid? We'd like this to be provided on notice, the salaries of the CEO, the Chair, any remuneration for all board members. Also, please provide to me the salaries of the Chief Operating Officer, the Director of Programs, the Group General Counsel, and the Executive Director of Corporate, including anyone acting in those positions. I also want any bonuses paid to them and any allowances. And I want to know how much each one of these people took home every year for the last 5 years. That's on notice. And my final question is it the belief of the ILSC that it enjoys the confidence of the Minister? Is it the belief of senior management of the ILSC, particularly the Chair and the CEO, that it enjoys the confidence of the Minister?
I can answer the questions about the confidence of the Minister, and that is that each of the people you have identified and groups you've identified do have the confidence of the Minister.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you very much, Senator Thorpe. Senator Lyons.
Online.
Very much, Chair, and sorry for my absence earlier. I'd like to acknowledge that I'm calling in from the lands of the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, and I pay my respects to elders past, present and future, and I also pay my respects to any elders who might be tuning into this broadcast this morning. So I've got some questions, obviously, for the ILSC and particularly around caveats. But first of all, I just want to check that generally the broad aims of the ILSC are to support and ensure that Aboriginal corporations prosper through their associations with the ILSC.
That's correct. Our major task is to acquire best interest in land and water assets and to Aboriginal corporations around the country with the management of those assets.
Thank you. So I want to speak particularly about Dowreen Farm, but in doing so, which is the property that the Bonshaws are managing, but in doing so, I also want to acknowledge the questions broadly are supported by Yalali Downs, who also has similar interests and is interested in the responses. So are you aware of the multiple requests to lift caveats from Dowreen Farm Aboriginal Corporation?
Yes, Senator.
And how many requests would you have received to lift caveats from that property?
The exact number escapes me at the moment, Senator, but I can take that on notice.
Thank you. And you will also note that on the 6th of October, I coordinated a meeting between your officers and Dowreen Management to discuss caveats and loans.
Yes.
So in terms of caveats, is there any reason why a loan wouldn't be granted and a caveat lifted?
I can answer one for you, Senator. Of our due diligence.
Yes,
so under
sorry,
the
you need to introduce yourself. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Tricia Stroud, Chief Operating Officer, ILSC. Senator, our due diligence when we give consideration to consenting to the lifting of a caveat is the risk to the property. So part of that would be the financial viability of the business, the capacity of the group to service the loan, and whether there are any potential risks that the business or forfeiting of the loan would put the property at risk of being lost from Indigenous ownership. So financial due diligence as well as capability and governance due diligence are all factors that would determine whether the ILSC believe it would be a reasonable risk to lift a caveat for a mortgaging purpose.
And in recent times when Dowreen Farm Aboriginal Corporation have requested loans, you've agreed to those because you are satisfied that they have the ability to repay and that the risk is the normal risks are you're comfortable with. Is that correct?
That's correct. And part of our question on notice will the number of times and the events of which we've consented to caveats to support down mortgaging.
Yeah. And so given that you have a lot of, you've divested a lot of land across Australia and those properties run a range of businesses and so on and so forth. Dowreen is a farm. It's predominantly it runs sheep, and so it needs funds in a timely manner. So how do you ensure that when Dowreen and properties similar to Dowreen apply for a loan, that you're able to do your processes in a timely manner to enable Dowreen to use that money in the way that it in the reason it's applied for the loan? So let me give you an example. So each year they want to build the farm and make the business more viable, and it is a property I've visited. It is in a very good part of Western Australia, so good rains and so on and so forth. But obviously, in buying sheep, you have to have those funds available to get the best sheep that you're able to afford in a timely manner. So how do you make sure that those funds are available and that any potential caveats are lifted?
I can just confirm the lending wasn't an ILS activity. Dowreen secured a loan from someone else. You're correct, the ILSC's and the manner in which we work with Dowreen, but also the lender to marry up the lifting of caveats to enable the approval of loan is ILSC responsibility.
Yeah. So how do you ensure that that money is available in a timely manner, that you lift the caveats, that you do your due diligence?
So for Dowreen, I can confirm the lender was a party that the ILSC was actually able to work with, along with Dowreen, to marry up their due diligence and approval process with our consenting. I'll add it to our questions on notice, but from recollection, there was a process that Dowreen, ILSC and the lender had to work through in terms of additional approval, their approval being conditional upon the ILSC lifting the caveat and what have you, and provide that detail for you.
And you're also aware that as a result of your very slow processes, that Dowreen was not able to purchase the sheep that it wanted to, and in fact the loan was many months late, and so Dowreen wasn't able to prosper in the way that your operational guidelines say that that's what you do. You're aware of that?
I am, Senator. I'm aware of a differing view we have with Dowreen about the kind of events in terms of the processing consent. They're seeking of our consent to lift the caveat. We're well aware and have been working with Dowreen about finding that out.
I'm not sure Dowreen would agree with that characterisation. Has an explanation been given to Dowreen on why that request was that request for the lifting of the caveat took so long? Has that been given in writing?
Can I take that on notice, Senator? There's certainly been meetings and correspondence, but whether the IE's been as explicit with Dowreen that's needed around an explanation, I'll have to take that on.
All right, so could you take that on notice and could you provide that written explanation?
Can do, Senator.
Thank you. And in terms of other properties and other requests, have other caveats been lifted successfully and in a timely manner?
Senator, I can confirm that last financial ILSC received and approved 5 to lift caveats. Apologies, I don't know details of the took us to approve that, but I can get that to you. But of all 5 requested, 5 were granted.
All right, and have you discussed the issue of seasonal financing when looking at the need for caveats to be lifted?
We have, and part of our diligence, because we're aware of particularly groups like Dowreen, that the operating costs are the greatest and risks to them.
And the last question is, does ILSC accept that Dowreen and Eulalie Downs remain viable businesses?
Yeah, have to take that on, Senator.
You have to take on notice whether or not they're viable businesses.
I'm not aware of any due diligence and assessment of Eulalie Downs in particular.
Do you accept that Dowreen remains a viable business?
If I may, Senator, last time we looked at the arrangements and the finances for Dowreen at a viable business, although marginal, and so it was some time ago, so we can't comment currently.
All right, so you'll take that on notice for both Dowreen and Eulalie?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, thanks, Chair. No further questions.
Thank you very much, Senator Lyons. Senator McMahon.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to everyone for appearing today. I just wish to go back to estimates October last year, where I asked questions regarding former CEO Mr. Michael Dillon being found by the Fair Work Ombudsman to have deliberately acted dishonestly in the unfair dismissal of Mr. Alistair McCaffrey. Ms. Stroud, I asked you that in the circumstances of Mr. Dillon having deliberately acted dishonestly, would you agree that the ILSC should reconsider reimbursing Mr. McCaffrey his $105,000 legal fee when it was found at law that the ILSC was 100% at fault? And I didn't really get I didn't get an answer to that, except that that Mr. McCaffrey was paid his statutory entitlements. Can you tell me, please, Ms. Stroud, why Mr. McCaffrey was not informed of the option to request reimbursement of his legal fees pursuant to the Legal Service Directions 2017 and its predecessor provision, the same way that it was offered and granted by the ILSC board to ILSC CEO John Maher and Chair Eddie Fry in relation to the Ombudsman's investigation of their alleged bullying and harassment of staff?
Senator, if you don't mind, we might call on our Group General Counsel to answer that question.
morning, Trevor Edmund, Group General Counsel of the ILSC. Senator, I take on notice that question because I'm not aware of any correspondence that may or may not have been provided to Mr McAllister at the time. The terms of the termination package negotiated, I am aware of termination package as executed by both the ALC as we then went and Mr McCaffrey, which confirmed that it was a payment, the settlement payment was to all matters to his employment, service, termination and matters relating to the termination. As to whether there was any specific correspondence to Mr McCaffrey, well, I would presume as he had legal representation to his executives as to the possibility of an entitlement to payment of legal fees. I'm not aware of that, but I will undertake that investigation if I can, and we will report back on notice.
Yes, please. If you could provide an answer as to why he wasn't informed of the option to request reimbursement of those legal fees, that would be good. Thank you. And Chair, I do have other questions, but in the interest of time, I'm happy to put them on notice.
Thank you very much, Senator McMahon. Really appreciate that. If no other senators have questions for the ILSC, we will let them go. Thank you very much for appearing this morning. And I now welcome, hopefully via video conference, Mr Michael Borg, Chief Executive Officer, and other officers of Outback Stores Proprietary Limited.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I've got myself and Jay Rutto here, CFO from Outback Stores, and probably just want to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land. We're dialing in from Darwin this morning and to pay our respects to elders past and present for the Larrakia people here in Darwin.
Mr Borg, I might just interrupt you there and urge you to either move closer to your microphone if possible or raise your voice somewhat, because we're having a little bit of difficulty hearing you in the committee room. We'll get our friends in broadcasting to ramp the sound up as best they can, but we'll try and get a bit more volume.
No worries. Is that a bit louder?
That's a bit better, thank you, Mr Borg. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
We provided an opening statement yesterday, so I hope everyone's got a copy of that. But I will just note that we were represented 4 months ago at the last hearing, and since then it has been a challenging period for Outback Stores, and more specifically to, I guess, COVID-19 implications through communities in the Northern Territory as the virus has hit those communities. And in addition to that, we've had a challenging time of it post-Christmas from a flooding point of view as well. So it certainly made a challenging start to the year, Chair. But myself and Jay are happy to take questions from yourself and the senators, and hope we can answer them well enough for you today.
Thank you very much, Mr Borg. And indeed, we have had that opening statement circulated in paper form to the committee just now. So I thank the Secretariat for that. Senator McCarthy, I believe I'm giving you the call.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to all from Outback Stores. Thanks for joining us here this morning. Firstly, I'd like to just actually go to rapid antigen tests, if I may, Mr Borg, and just ask how many tests, RAT tests, have been available throughout the Outback Stores network.
Yeah, good morning, Senator. Nice to speak to you. We feel that through the COVID pandemic, we've been ahead of the game on most fronts across the journey. Yes, it has been a bit testing over the last 4 months. Specifically in relation to testing, we were able to procure a significant amount of tests for our business well in advance. And I note that from an Outback Stores point of view, for Outback Stores team members, at our support offices, and as well as in our stores, there's a suitable amount of RATs available for all our team and the extended team. At times, we have heard that within communities where we work in, that some supplies have been short from clinics. But as far as the Outback stores goes, I believe we've well managed that scenario over the recent months.
So, Mr. Borg, are you able to put a number on how many rats for each of your stores?
I think we procured about 800 rats in total, and we've been sending them out in job lots to the stores for our store managers to use. So I think we might have sent out 10 to our largest stores just before Christmas. And I know as late as yesterday we had another batch come through with bundles of 5 and 10, which are going out to stores as well. So I'm quite confident from the team members at store level, if they need to take a rat at any time, they're available. In addition to that, we've got a backup supply in our Darwin support office and our Alice Springs support office, and it's easy enough for us to move that stock out to stores if required.
And what's your policy for employees with rats? Is there an expectation that they take one each morning before they start work, or only when they're feeling unwell?
Yeah, probably, Senator, in line with the CHO directions. If someone's showing symptoms, we certainly make sure they have a rat test. And then behind that, Senator, we've got a few policies in place around how we manage certain circumstances if there is a positive test in community for one of our managers. And to date, across the 48 stores, we've had 6 management couples test positive. And I would say an additional couple yesterday up in the Northern Territory. So I believe we've got good processes in place, good mitigation processes in place as we work through these challenging times.
Okay, so you say 6 management couples have tested positive. So where were they?
So let me just correct that. It was 3 management couples, 6 team members in total.
And where were they located?
With a couple in Papunya, a couple on Bathurst Island, and we also had a couple that had come back from the eastern seaboard who didn't make it back into community. They tested positive en route back to community. I think they're at Tennant Creek at the time.
Okay, so they would have stayed in Tennant, is that what you mean, Mr. Boyd?
I think they actually got transferred to the Todd facility in Alice Springs and were certainly well looked after.
Yeah. And with Papunya, and was it Bathurst Island, the other one you said? Sorry, I missed the second one.
Yeah, Bathurst Island, where we manage the club out there, Senator.
So where do they isolate in Papunya and Bathurst?
We've been quite lucky, albeit we've got protocols in place for different scenarios. In Bathurst, due to the outbreak on the islands, the club has been closed. So they were lucky enough to be able to bunker down in their residence on the islands, as per many other community members, and work through the issues of of having the virus over a 7 to 8 day period.
Okay, so that's your staff arrangements. Have you been selling rats in the Outback stores?
We have tried to procure some stock. I believe we may have had some minimal stock, but it has been challenging, Senator. We are fine.
Is that a yes, or is that a yes to selling in the stores, Mr. Boyd?
I would probably class it as a no, but at times we have had some stock. And where we've had additional stock and the community needs it, we've also certainly helped out. What we're finding, Senator, is in communities, and I think we've got 18 communities across Northern Territory and South Australia currently where the virus is impacting. We've got a great set of stakeholders outside of Outback stores who all work together to come up with solutions to help each specific community.
So is that a policy of Outback stores not to sell rats then?
No, it's not. It's certainly a procurement piece that we're still working through. Our priority has been our staff and the team members that we work with. And for the most, Senator, the government authorities in the districts that we work in have been supplying rat tests through the health clinics. And there may be a couple of examples where supply may have been short in those areas, but in general, I haven't had too much feedback where there haven't been rat tests available for community members.
Okay, so basically if people come in to ask for rats thinking you may be selling it, your staff would just say there are no rats for sale?
There's no rats for sale, but, you know, what we're finding is the communities are well engaged with the clinics. On a couple of occasions where there is no clinic, we've had rats dropped off at store level for communities. So I know at a Mumpa down in Central Australia, there's no permanent medical clinic there. So we're more than happy to look after the rat tests and give them out to community when required.
So then you would just give them freely, would you?
Absolutely.
Well, why is that, Mr. Ball? Why is that important to Outback Stores?
It's all about, as a stakeholder in a community, working together through these challenging times. So each community is different. Each community's got, different amounts from a population point of view. And what we're finding is when an outbreak hits a community, all the stakeholders get together and work out best case solutions, specific to that individual community. So if there's no medical clinic, certainly address what's happening from a rat point of view. If there's no policing, we work out what policing is in a town which is close. And depending on the size of the outbreak, the stakeholders decide on the best actions. Outback Stores, from a store point of view, has a list of mitigation tasks for when there is an outbreak in the community to keep our staff and our store team safe, because we know the importance of making sure that store stays open through the outbreak in the community. We are finding a fairly good level of collaboration on the ground in community centre.
So when you procure your rats, you said you had around 800 rats in total. Where do you procure them from?
We've been procuring them locally through a pharmacy in Darwin.
And has the federal government offered you any rats to Outback Stores?
They haven't, but we haven't asked either, Senator. We are quite self-sufficient and we are quite well connected up here in Darwin. If I believed I had a need for assistance in that space, I would certainly go to NIA and have those discussions and work out a solution, or I'll work with the critical goods team out of the Northern Territory and try and have the matter addressed.
Can I just turn to the recent disruptions as a result of the roads cut and the rail line cut into the Northern Territory with the rains in South Australia? Has that had an impact on Outback Stores, especially here in the Northern Territory? You've got 27 stores.
Yeah, it has been a challenging period, and I know that your office is reaching out for some information from us, and you guys do a great job of trying to collaborate with some of those issues. We've probably you've got to break it down to two scenarios. We had the Stewart Highway broken down below Alice Springs, which is one issue. And then we had excessive rainfall in the Central Desert, which created localised flooding. So the main route out of Adelaide, whilst there was a lot of attention in the media, we actually weren't impacted by that component too much. We draw a lot of stock out of our Alice Springs and Darwin distribution centres, who are well stocked. We had some supply issues with fresh produce, but like we do when we are challenged, we certainly work on how to mitigate that fairly quickly. So fresh produce was moved through an alternative route up through the Barkly and around, and I feel that we didn't miss the beat from the point of view of the main highway cut down in South Australia. Where it became really challenging was the unusual amount of rainfall in the Alice Springs district, and we have 17 stores in that district. I think all but 4 stores were heavily impacted by localised flooding. So it was a little bit challenging, and we were stretched in some areas. I think that specifically we had Papunya, Mount Liebig, Canteen Creek, Woollahra and Wettinga all having to have air freight to support those stores. And as the roads start to open up, we did use some alternative transport. So as roads open up, you get given the option to, where there is a 4.5 tonne limit on some roads. So we utilise, other, forms of transport to get stock into those stores. In general, Senator, I believe we were lucky that the rain dried up fairly quickly, and collaboratively with the NT government and ourselves, we probably did okay. We were short on some fresh produce and some perishable items in some stores, but in general, we're pretty good. And as late of today, I think that the last couple of our major routes, and I refer to the road through Kintore, off of the Tanami, we've got the last of, 4 trucks getting into those stores. So we believe we're back on track, and we look forward to the next fortnight with a top-up load of those stores. Outside of that, Senator, we are still challenged up in the north-west of Australia. We have got some stores isolated, but again, a little bit like Alpa, who work in this district, the wet season stores do have significant stock builds for the wet season, and we are utilising the West Australian government at the moment to air freight stock into Yanganora, Mullen and Ringa Soak. We're permanently cut off at the moment.
All right. Mr. Borgo, I'm conscious of my time in questioning, so I will hand you back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Senator McCarthy. If we have no other senators seeking the call for Outback stores, we will let you go, and thank you very much for appearing for the committee today. And we now move swiftly on to the Northern Land Council, who I think we have via video conference. I welcome Mr. Joe Martin-Jard, Chief Executive Officer, and other officers of the Northern Land Council. Mr. Martin-Jard, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No opening statement, but also want to acknowledge the Chairman of the Northern Land Council, Samuel Bush-Lanasi, is in the room with us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And as per the previous witnesses, if we can try and speak as closely to the microphone in your room as possible, because we're having a few volume issues here in the committee room. I'm going to give the call to Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, gentlemen, I think all, for appearing today. Look, I just have some questions about the Indigenous Economic Stimulus package. I think that was announced in November 2020. Can I ask how many have you? I think you have issued some funding for that. How much funding have you approved from the NLC to how many projects?
Senator Canavan, if you don't mind, I'd just like to say a few words before we turn to that detail and don't.
Is that
just
is that in response to my question, or is this an opening statement, or just so we know where we are?
I just want to acknowledge the support that we've gotten from Minister Wyatt. It's been extraordinary and most welcome. It saved quite a few businesses up here and jobs, and plus the outstation support we've got. So sorry about that indulgence. I'll get our Chief Financial Officer to address your question.
Okay.
Irfan Bhatt, Chief Financial Officer, Northern Land Council. Thanks, Senator, for your question. So yes, we did indeed receive funding from the National Indigenous Australian Agency in November 2020. The Minister for Indigenous Australia, the Honourable Ken Wyatt, announced the 100 million anti-Indigenous economic stimulus package. So out of that, NLC has been allocated 36.7 million, delivered over 2 financial years, with 22 million in 2021 and 14.7 million in 21-22. Out of that 22 million in tranche 1, we received 75 funding applications, and we have already approved 71 out of those 75 applications, and 4 are still under process. And we have already allocated 20.7 million out of that 22 million received in tranche 1. Tranche 2, we have received 100 applications asking for almost 3 times more funding than the available funding of 14.7 million. So we received 100 applications requesting 39.4 million compared to 14.7 million available, which was oversubscribed by about 268%. We are still going through the process of allocating that funding. So far, the decision has been made to approve about 12.1 million out of that 14.7 million we received, but we are working with those recipients. And we are working through a process of how these funds will be managed.
Just returning to the tranche 1, you've I think if I heard you correctly, 75 applications received for funding, 71 approved, and you've got 4 in tranche. So you won't actually reject any applications from tranche 1. Is that the intention at least, if those other 4 get approved?
There were a few, Senator, which were being rejected. So these 75 funding applications are those ones which were being shortlisted.
Okay.
And 71 of those have already been approved, and we have
shortlisted. Okay. Do you know how many applications you received those then? You could take that on notice if you like. If you could take that on notice,
yes.
and so. What was the criteria to determine which projects got shortlisted? Were there some guidelines that you assessed them against?
Yes, Senator, indeed. Actually, the Minister for Indigenous Australian, when he wrote all the 4 land councils back in November 2020, he also mentioned some principles which was set up by the ministers. And I can read the principles out to you.
Well, as long as they're brief, as long as we obviously have limited time.
There are 5 principles in total. I won't go into the details of those principles.
I've got your annual report here, and there's 5 points in your annual report. Are they the ones that you're referring to? Okay,
yes,
I've got them in front of me. I was really asking, was there a broader set of guidelines though that establish certain probity requirements, dates that submissions have to be in, that sort of administrative detail? Was that at all established, or was it just these 5 points?
No, Senator. There was a guideline, a very detailed guideline outlining the requirements for the applications.
Yep.
And there was the set dates when the applications were open, when the applications were closed.
I don't have those guidelines. Could you take on notice and provide those to the committee?
Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to turn to a particular grant. Well, actually, before I do that, the actual process, what was established to assess the applications? Was there a subcommittee of your organisation, or did it go to the board? Who were involved in approving them, and how did that happen?
So there were 2 processes, Senator. So for the tranche 1, we were assessing the applications by the senior NLC staff member.
You just broke up there. Sorry, was that a CEO and staff member and a staff member?
Senior staff member in NLC, Northern Land Council. So senior staff member of Northern Land Council assessed those applications first, based on the principles, ensuring the applications meet the principles set by the minister, and also the criteria established by the Northern Land Council. So there was a set criteria which the applications must meet before we send our assessment to the CEO for the final decision. So final decision maker is the CEO of the Northern Land Council, but the applications were assessed by the senior staff of Northern Land Council. And the criteria which we followed was investment principles and need. How well does the project align with the investment principles set by the minister, and what was the need for that funding request? Value for money, capacity to deliver, whole of life costs, and measurable outcomes.
Okay.
So these are the criteria which we assess.
Okay, thanks for that. I just wanted to repeat back so I got that, and the line was pretty good, but a little scratchy. So you had senior staff evaluate the the applications. They were shortlisted by them, and that shortlist was ultimately provided to the CEO, and the CEO had the final and individual decision. Is that a correct summary?
That's correct, Senator.
Thank you. Now, as I say, I just wanted to turn to a particular grant provided to Sunrise Health. And I've got here, I don't believe this would be the full list of 71 approved, but you have provided to the Senate a list of contracts for last year, for 2021, and there's roughly 50 going to the Indigenous Economic Stimulus Package there. There's one here to Sunrise Health. That is a grant of almost $1.1 million. Is that correct? Am I correct there about that, a grant being provided to Sunrise Health through the Indigenous
Yes, Senator, 1 million was provided exclusive of GST.
Okay, and so that grant, it says here in that table, the start was the 3rd of August. Can you tell me when that was approved?
Senator, I don't have the date in front of me when that was approved, but we do have the actual amount which was approved, and I also can tell the Senator if it's okay with you the outcome of that grant, so why we have approved that funding for Sunrise. So that was pretty bad to maintain the level of care for patients with chronic disease and avoid attracting COVID-19 infection. So that request came from Sunrise, and we assessed the application. We met the criteria, and then it was approved by the CEO of the Northern Land Council. I can take that on notice, the date and other details, and we can provide you if it's okay.
When that was approved. So just to be clear, was that Sunrise Health was shortlisted by the staff in the list that went to the CEO?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Senator. All right. Can I ask, and the decision to fund Sunrise Health, that was made by the CEO? That was as per the normal process as you outlined?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Were any conflicts of interest disclosed associated with the grant to Sunrise Health?
I can't recall any conflicts, Senator, and I think the decision maker was the CEO of the Northern Land Council, and I don't think there was any conflict between the CEO and the Sunrise.
Okay, so you don't believe. Look, you could take on notice if you like, just to confirm that if you can. I know you couldn't confirm the date, but I noticed in your annual report that 55 grants had been approved before the 30th of June last year. Was this one of those 55?
I don't think, Senator, but I can take that on notice as well.
Okay.
I don't believe so.
All right. Okay. Well, what I'm really wanting to know, if you could take on notice, was the CEO, Miss Marion Scrimmager, at the time that grant was approved.
I will take that on notice, Senator.
Okay. Thank you. Just one thing that just jumps out at me though about this grant was that it's a little different from everything else. As you'd appreciate, those 5 points you mentioned earlier in your annual report refer to infrastructure and jobs and linking with industry. And most of the other grants look in that category, but this seems to be, of the 50 odd in this list that you've submitted to the Senate, it's the only one going to a health service. What was this grant exactly for?
As I outlined earlier, Senator, the outcome was to maintain the level of care for patients with chronic disease and avoid attracting COVID-19 infections. So during this period, also we do have the principles, 5 principles set up by the minister, but we also look at other factors when we decide whether we should recommend this grant for approval or not. And when we look at the overall grant application, we believe that there were merits in approving that grant for Sunrise.
So it was primarily to provide health services to Indigenous Australians. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, and also to avoid the COVID-19, which was really, as you guys will appreciate that in Catherine, there was one stage when they were in the lockdowns, and it's still one of the issues there. So that consideration was given when approving this grant as well.
Can you just explain to me how, notwithstanding the importance of COVID-19, how did that issue meet? Which one of the 5 points did that meet? I'm struggling to see how that would have fit into the guidelines here set by the minister, the principles, the investment principles, I should say, set by the minister.
As I explained earlier, Senator, that in this particular grant, we can take down notice and provide the full details, but certain things, because this is the question relates to the one particular Indigenous organization, and we prefer to take it on notice if it's okay to respond back.
Okay, if you could take that on notice, that would be great. All right, thank you very much for that, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Canavan. Senator McMahon.
Yes, thank you, Chair. My questions relate, they're of a similar nature to Senator Canavan, and they relate to the economic stimulus money out of the Aboriginal benefit account. Now, as at Senate estimates last year in October, there had been $54.2 million expended of that money. That information was provided as per questions that I asked. Now, and a slight breakdown was given of what that money was spent on. What I'm going to ask for is a much more detailed breakdown of what that money was spent on. And now we've got $24 million on infrastructure, $5.9 million on tourism economic stimulus, $270,000 on training and skills development economic stimulus, 2.049 on agricultural economic stimulus, 8.4 on homeland communities, 7.1 on employment, 2.5 on economic development, and 1.03 on arts and culture. Now, for each of those figures, I'd like to know how much of that was through the Northern Land Council, how each of those fundings, grants or amounts, how were they authorised and by whom, and the process for this authorisation, who or what were the entities or persons receiving that funding, so a breakdown of each entity or person receiving that funding, and how much was given to each entity or person, and what is the anticipated outcome of each of the funded entities or persons, and how are they being measured? So I realise that's a lot of detailed information that I'm asking for. So if you're not able to table that right this very minute, you know, I'm happy for you to take that on notice and get back to me.
Thanks, Senator, for the question. And we believe that we have already responded to those questions. They were being forwarded by the agency to Northern Land Council, and we responded back on 1st of February 2022. So those questions with those details have already been responding back to the agency, Senator.
I don't believe that the responses were detailed, and I don't believe that they covered each of my questions that I've just run through there. So I would ask you to, and I'm happy to put these to you in writing if that helps, because I do realise I had quite a lot of questions with a lot of detail, but I don't believe that they have been answered. So I would ask you to have a look at my questions and come back to me with that level of detail.
Thanks, Senator. We would like to take that on notice, and we'll come back.
Yes, I'm happy for that.
Thanks.
Just to understand that. So what the person who was answering the questions, I didn't catch his name. I think he said that information was provided earlier this month, but I assume, Ms Brown, that that's information provided to the NIAA, not to the committee, that there's some accountability process there, or? Okay, we'll leave that question to on notice. I just thought it might have been provided separately. I was a bit confused
I'm sure we'll
about
get
how
the
that worked.
responses some way or another, Senator Ayres. I think I'm giving the call to Senator Dodson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got some questions which probably straddle the NLC and the CLC, and I know that the CLC are coming a bit later, but I might be a bit repetitive in relation to the questions.
I think it might be worth saying to the CLC that if you can hear us, take very close attention to what Senator Dodson is asking, because you may be asked the same thing very shortly.
That's right, and I'd expect far greater erudite answers. Thank you, Mr Chairman, and your team there at the Northern Land Council. I'm not sure whether I think I can see you in a little box across from me. I wanted to ask you, in estimates on Tuesday, the Australian Electoral Commission discussed its engagement with the land councils on COVID safe measures that can be put in place to enable remote voting in the coming elections. How are these discussions been progressed from your perspective?
We, Senator Joe Martin, CEO of Northern Land Council here, just in case you can't see me. We really haven't had any meaningful engagement with the Australian Electoral Commission, so there's really not a great deal to say, I'm afraid.
So from your knowledge of the geographical domain you cover and the complexities of the world you live in today with the Biosecurity Act and the questions of movement, will the Australian Electoral Commission be able to enter communities and to conduct mobile voting if these biosecurity zones remain?
Yes, they will. We're expecting the biosecurity zones to be lifted in a couple of weeks, but they're still designated as essential activities according to the Chief Health Operator's directions in the Northern Territory.
So you're saying that these are likely to be lifted in a few weeks' time, and that the activities of the AEC could be resumed on these lands?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look, in a COVID-safe way, we know that the AEC has pretty good COVID management plans, and they're quite detailed. It includes things like wearing masks and using hand sanitisers and social distancing and all the other things that you would expect to see. We think it'll be fine after your biosecurity zones are lifted in 2 weeks.
So have you got any undertakings from the AEC when they might begin any enrolment processes for people on these remote communities?
No, Senator.
And is there any indication of where the mobile polling booths might be?
No, Senator.
So you really don't know whether they're going to be able to get there?
Yeah, it calls for some speculation, but we really don't know.
So what efforts is the Land Council itself making to bring to the attention of the First Nations peoples living in this remote part of Australia that there's a pending election coming? They need to check that they're on the roll, and if not, get on the roll and ensure that they turn up to vote for whomever they wish when the polling booths open.
We've been quite active in that space, especially when it came to there was a bill at some stage proposed around voter ID that we thought would be detrimental to the democratic rights of Aboriginal people living in remote areas, and we advocated against that bill because of it being unfair. And but at the same time, while we were consulting with people in Arnhem Land and other places, for example, we were raising the prospect of a election this year and the importance of getting on the roll and voting. So we've been quite active in doing that.
Have you had any discussions with the AEC if there isn't any capacity to access the community? In some places in the eastern states have mailed voting ballots out to people who've got a postal box, but I know that many there don't have them. So how will this work?
I'm not sure. Look, the AEC may have already been in touch with the Northern Land Council, and I just may not be aware of if they're talking to our officers who work in the permits area and so on. But how will it work? Like it's worked in past decades. They have the remote polling booths, for example, and plus they do a lot of information in languages these days, and so I guess that they're gearing up for an advertising campaign and a promotions campaign.
All right, if I can go to just another area, which is the COVID pandemic matter that I know is devastating many of your communities, as well as in Central Australia. But what support is the NLC providing to the communities in your region in the face of this pandemic?
We moved quickly. The chairman, who's here with us today, moved quickly to suspend permits for recreation purposes. We were really trying to prevent people from south and overseas going to communities who may have been infected with COVID. So we moved quickly there. We also lobbied to have a reintroduction of the biosecurity zones up here. We were reacting to calls from senior community leaders who, traditional owners who were asking for lockdown and or lockout. So we were using all of the resources that we had available to us to fight the pandemic. In fact, it's been all-consuming, I've got to say.
So in your region, is there enough RAT tests and PPE equipment being provided by the Commonwealth to those communities?
We are aware that as recently as only a week ago, the answer to that question was no, there weren't enough equipment. But what we're hearing in the last couple of days, though, is that RAT kits have been sent out to the independent Aboriginal medical services that you're familiar with, and those kits are now hitting the ground. But it's been a long time coming, and it really, the absence of that equipment and PPE and even our Sturge workforce really played havoc. And we kept COVID out of remote areas for 2 years, but now sadly it's with us, and I think really tragically there's been over 10 deaths, and the most of those deaths, as you know, are senior Aboriginal people who tragically have died from COVID.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Dodson.
Thank you, Northern Land Council.
Senator Canavan just has a couple of follow-up questions, and then we'll bring on CLC and go back to Senator Dodson.
Just very quickly, just returning back to the grant to Sunrise Health, as I mentioned earlier, there doesn't seem to be any other grants to health services. Are you aware of any other Aboriginal health services receiving a grant under the Indigenous Economic Stimulus Package from the Northern Land Council?
Sorry, Senator, any other health organisation?
Sorry?
The question was, have we supported any other health organisation
Yes.
in the NCD? The only one which we received the application was from Sunrise Senator. So I don't believe we received any other applications.
Okay. So, yep. Perhaps you could take that on notice just to confirm, if you can, if that's okay, that whether you received any applications from other health services and or whether, of course, you approved any funding to health services. And just finally, did the NLC put out a call for applications at any point in time for this program?
Yes, Senator, we did, and I can provide those dates to you as well. So we opened up the tranche 2 applications on 20th of September 21, and then we closed the round 2 on 20th of October. And after that, our process commenced on 1st of November, and the assessment finished from the panel on 2nd of December. And then we provided those recommendations to the Northern Land Council CEO.
Did you send the request or send the information about the package to all health services in the Northern Land Council areas? All Aboriginal health services, I should say.
So, Senator, the process was the loan was open, so it was published on our website that the loan is open, and also we sent to our regional offices the information in our region. So we haven't sent information to any particular health centre or any because it was online.
And just finally, I know I'm getting the wind up, and finally, when did Miss Marion Scrimmager resign as CEO?
Was it April? I think it was April, Senator.
Okay, April 2021, we're saying here.
And I can confirm one question, answer to the one question you have asked earlier, Senator, if it is okay with this Sunrise, that whether this was approved by Marion or not. So I can confirm that this particular application was not approved by Marion when she was a CEO. So it was after her time.
Okay, but if you could still take on notice when it was approved, if you could. Could you take on notice when the Sunrise, I know that's been on notice, but just so we're clear, I still want to know when the Sunrise Health decision was approved. Can I also ask when was the short list of applications sent to the CEO for that tranche 1? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Canavan, and thank you to the Northern Land Council for appearing today. We'll now move on to the Central Land Council, and I welcome via video conference Mr Leslie Turner, Chief Executive Officer, and other officers of the Central Land Council. Mr Turner, in the interests of time, I might ask that if you have an opening statement that it be tabled for the committee because we are running a little behind.
There was a break in communications there, Chairman. Les Turner from the Central Land Council. No, we don't have an opening statement.
Very good, thank you. I will give the call to Senator Dodson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and g'day, Les. I'm not sure whether you heard the questions I put to the NLC, but I'll go back to them. In the estimates on Tuesday, the AEC, the Electoral Commission, discussed its engagement with the land councils on COVID safe measures that will be put into place to enable remote voting in the coming election. How have these discussions been progressed from your perspective?
Thank you, Senator Dodson, for the question. Les Turner, the CEO of the Central Land Council. we've been liaising with the Australian Electoral Commission in Darwin, the Northern Territory Engagement Officer. We're having a meeting here in Alice Springs with him and our executive. And in terms of electoral officers being out in communities, they're considered essential workers under the Chief Health Officer's directions. And in terms of us promoting the elections in our Land Rights News over the last 2 editions, and the Chairman's letter will go in the edition which comes out next week, encouraging Aboriginal people to get enrolled and to vote. And most of the information on our elections for the Central Land Council is happening. Information is going out, and our meeting is scheduled for April at Lake Nash.
Okay, so do you have any concerns about the biosecurity zones remaining and the Electoral Commission being able to perform or not perform their role in enrolling people, and secondly in conducting the polling booths?
Senator Dodson, the biosecurity measures lifted last night for Central Australia and the Tiwi Islands, and under the Chief Health Officer's directions, they're considered essential workers, any government workers, so we don't see a problem in that.
Okay, so is the Central Land Council, I've heard what you said about alerting people to a pending election, but is the encouragement to get people on the rolls and to turn up at these polling booths?
That's what we're promoting, Senator, yes.
Thank you. My other questions go to the COVID matters. There's a couple. And how is the CLC supporting your communities with the COVID pandemic?
Thank you, Senator. The Central Land Council has been working with the Central Australian Aboriginal Congress and also the Northern Territory Department of Health Central Region in terms of vaccination clinics, in terms of support, barbecues, community events. We've also recently been supplying tents and blankets and that for communities, which will actually go out today, subject to some clearance of under the Chief Health Officer's orders. But we'll be supplying tents and blankets and isolation equipment for a number of communities in Central Australia. There's about 9 or 10 main communities where we'll be providing that support for isolation facilities in communities.
And what about the supply of rat testing packs and PPE equipment?
That's part of it. The Northern Territory and Commonwealth Government advised us that 100,000 was available last week coming to the Northern Territory, and another 100,000 this week. And also in terms of the oral treatment tablets were here last Monday, and which is good in terms of addressing the immediate positive cases. In terms of rat tests, the Central Land Council, we've been able to acquire through pharmacies and online, and also through one of our corporate partners, Newmont Mines, who supplied 2,100 test kits to Central Australian Aboriginal Congress.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Turner, and thank you, Central Land Council.
Thank you
very much, Senator Dodson. Senator McMahon, I understood, had some questions for Central Land Council as well, if she's still on the line. Thank you.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if you heard my question to the NLC. This is basically the exact same question to the CLC. Were you aware of, did you hear that question, or would you like me to repeat it?
Thank you, Senator. If you could repeat it for us, please.
Yep, certainly. So as of October 31st last year, there'd been approximately $54.2 million spent on the economic stimulus from the Aboriginal benefits account. What I wanted to know, and there was, I've got a breakdown of figures that came out of last estimates. 5.9 million on tourism, 24.3 million on infrastructure, 2 million on agriculture, 8.4 million on homeland communities, 7.1 million on employment, 1.03 million on arts and culture, 2.5 million on economic development, and 270,000 on training and skills development. And now what I would like to know is for each of those areas, a breakdown on how each funding grant or amount under those areas was authorised, by whom it was authorised, and the process for the authorisation, and who or what were the entities or people receiving each of the funding amounts, how much was given to each of those people or entities, and what is the anticipated outcome of each of the funded entities or activities, and how is this being measured? So again, I realise that's quite a lot to be asking. It's asking for a lot of great detail. So, you know, if you're not able to table that here today, I'm happy for you to take it on notice.
Yes, thank you, Senator, for your question. We do have all that information available, and we're happy to take it on notice and send all the information down to the committee.
Thank you.
And in terms of the money, the Central Land Council received 36.7 million, and we started processing them in March. As of 31 December, 17.1 stimulus funding has been approved. 1.9 million stimulus funding has been expended, and we have proposals worth 14 million, which are in development with us, and we got 5.6 million stimulus funding remaining, which is unattributed at this stage. And our process we go through is we promoted the program through our regions, through our economic development unit. The criteria for assessments was developed in consultation with NIA in terms of the assessment criteria. The EPU receives applications, does an assessment against criteria, and in terms of the assessment, it's through the EPU unit, then our Chief Finance Officer, General Manager, and then to the CEO, who has the delegation. Anything over $1 million, we send down to the Minister, but recent changes to the Act, it's now approval up to $5 million at the local level.
Okay, so up to $5 million would be approved by the CEO, is that correct?
Yes, under the new changes to the Northern Territory Aboriginal Investment Corporation amendments that went through.
Okay, thank you. Yes, look, if you have or are able to provide that very detailed breakdown, I will put that question to you through the committee in writing so that you can respond to it. So thank you, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Senator McMahon. I don't believe any other senators have questions for the Central Land Council, so we will send you off with our thanks for appearing today. And we are 6 minutes away from our scheduled break, so I am going to call on Aboriginal Hostels Limited, and we will try and deal with you as quickly as possible. And then we have caught up all of the time for this morning, which makes me very happy.
Top shelf, Chair.
Top shelf, something positive.
Senator McCarthy.
I welcome Mr Dave Chalmers, Chief Executive Officer, and other officers of the Aboriginal Hostels Limited organisation. Mr Chalmers, I note that you have tabled an opening statement, and I think in the interest of time we will take that as written. And I understand Senator McCarthy has some questions for you.
Thank you, Chair. Go to the Aboriginal Hostels total revenue from the Commonwealth Government, Mr Chalmer, in the period ending June 2021. It was nearly $36 million. Is that right?
Senator Dave Chalmers, Chief Executive Officer, Aboriginal Hostels Limited. That's approximately correct, yes.
Okay, and how much funding has been allocated for this financial year?
Senator, I don't have the figure in front of me. My Chief Financial Officer might, but it's approximately the same amount.
Okay. And I understand as part of its COVID management plan, Aboriginal Hostels has reduced bed availability. So how many beds have been reduced as of today?
Senator, 148 beds have been taken offline. Usually that's 1 or 2 beds in each hostel. In some hostels it's as many as 10 or 12, but it depends how many beds the hostel has at a total and the layout of beds.
Can you just tell me which hostels have had 10 removed?
Sorry, Senator, I'm having trouble hearing you. Are you asking which hostels have had beds removed from them?
Had the 10 removed from them?
Wankatakari and Tennant Creek has had 10. Apamari Visitor Park in Alice Springs has had 15. Yamba in Brisbane has had 12. Mackay has had 10. William T. Onus in Melbourne, 19. And Kabajai Baru in Derby has had 14.
So why have they been larger numbers in those?
Well, Senator, it very much depends on the layout of the hostel and where we're trying to ensure that we don't have situations where we can't manage a COVID outbreak in the hostel.
Okay, so if I can just go to Tennant Creek, you've had 10 beds removed from there. When were they removed?
Would have been 12 months ago, Senator, but I might ask Mr Bob Harvey, our General Manager Operations, to answer that question.
Thank you, Senator. Bob Harvey, General Manager Operations. Senator, we respond to the COVID demands in each location across Australia. Initially, when COVID started, and we look back 2 years ago, we looked in particular and implemented COVID management plans. And in regard to Tennant Creek, that would have been an earlier decision in terms of, as Dave Chalmers said, in response to our capacity to handle within a room. We did take beds offline basically to ensure social distancing, and we've kept them offline. We adjust them in terms of lifting of requirements in different states, but we adjust as required in directions from public health authorities.
And is that the case with Alice Springs? When was Alice Springs taken offline?
The same response as well, Senator, in response to directions and also in response to our own COVID management plans. So we made an assessment of all of our hostels in terms of our capacity to deal with COVID. And we do also adjust on the basis of the surrounding issues associated with COVID.
So was the Alice Springs one taken off 12 months ahead, like the Tennant Creek?
That's right, Senator. We did it across the board.
Okay, so how many beds are in Tennant Creek now?
At the moment?
Yep.
If we look at Tennant Creek, and it depends which one you're looking at in Tennant Creek, but Perennia at the moment, just bear with me, Senator. Perennia has 4 offline. The visitor centre has 12 offline, and we have 1 offline in Alier. So as you'd see, Senator, it depends a lot on the issues that are associated with the different hostels.
Okay, so you've told me what, sorry, that's more than 10 though. That's more than 10 beds from Tennant Creek
And which,
taken off.
so if I'm looking at one Kanakari where you,
So Alpinia is in Alice Springs and so is the visitor centre. So I think you've probably combined the two. Is that right?
sorry, I missed that question, Senator.
You've named two hostels which are actually in Alice Springs. Can I just ask you to go tell us about Tennant Creek?
Tennant Creek, sorry, yes. Apologies, Senator.
So, Senator, Wankanakari at Tennant Creek has 10 beds taken offline.
So how many beds are there in Tennant Creek now available?
Now, Mr Harvey will know for certain, but it's, I think Wankanakari is a 42-bed hostel, so 32 beds at Wankanakari.
Yeah, and it's at the moment and recently that number has changed, Senator, and I'm looking as at recent times. 42. There's actually as of this week 4 offline, so we have 38 beds available. Apologies.
Okay, and then so with Alice Springs, can we go through how many beds are available in Alice Springs?
Alice Springs. I'm just having difficulty locating these quickly. And apologies for that.
So, Senator, we don't have necessarily the numbers by region, so there are 5 hostels in Alice Springs and Mr Harvey would have to add up those numbers. So perhaps if we take that on notice and provide you with the answer.
Could you also do the same for Catherine and Darwin as well?
Yes, Senator, I'll do that.
So,
Apologies.
Senator, you're seeking the number of beds that are available in those locations?
Yes, and the number of beds that have been taken offline.
Thank you.
If any. Yeah. Thank you. So has the Aboriginal hostel taken new residents? If I talk specifically in the Northern Territory, in the past 6 months?
Sorry.
Yes, Senator, we have.
Okay. In all your hostels across the Territory, Mr Chalmers?
Yes, Senator. There will be times when we've had a COVID outbreak in a hostel where we may stop taking residents whilst we're needing to quarantine, but they're very temporary arrangements and we don't have any blanket policy of not taking new residents.
So if a resident has COVID, say in Daisy-Armour here in Darwin hostel, what happens? What's your process?
Well, Senator, we work with the Public Health Unit in the Northern Territory to determine what the best approach is. Initially, where we had COVID cases in our hostels, because our hostels are very much communal facilities, so it's very difficult for someone to be quarantined in them. We have shared bathrooms and shared facilities. We would work with the Public Health Unit and the person would be quarantined, and I think in the Northern Territory that was in Batchelor. Those facilities in more recent times came under a lot of pressure, and so in some of our hostels we were able to quarantine people in the hostel. It really depended on that we had enough staff to make sure that we could deliver meals to rooms and to make sure the person was looked after. But generally speaking, when a resident came down with COVID, they were moved by the Public Health Unit to a Territory facility.
Okay, you mentioned Batchelor there. Have you got an isolation unit in Batchelor, or are you meaning the Howard Springs facility?
No, the facility I'm referring to was a Northern Territory government facility.
Okay, so that would be at Howard Springs?
Well, I'm looking at Mr Harvey now.
Yes, Senator, in the case of Alice Springs, in the case of the Northern Territory, they went to the Darwin Quarantine Centre. In the case of Alice Springs, they had particularly a hotel that they'd converted to a quarantine centre and were able to send residents to those quarantine centres. We work very close with public health authorities and we're consulting with them. And in some cases where quarantine centres cannot cope with the load, we'll make an assessment in consultation with the public health authorities whether that resident can remain with us. But generally, we've worked very closely, and the public health authorities in the Territory, both in Darwin, Alice, and also in Tennant and Katherine, have been able to transfer COVID-positive residents to quarantine centres.
So how many patients or of your clients in the hotels in Alice Springs have been to the quarantine facility?
Senator, I think I heard your question. You said how many have been impacted. Across all of our hostels across Australia, we've had 100, and this is as of Monday last week, 108 residents have tested positive to COVID. 36 of our staff have tested positive to COVID, and that's across 31 hostels. When I look in Alice Springs, 5 of our hostels have been impacted by COVID, and in the case of Alice Springs, the Visitor Park 11, Topsy 11, Sid Ross 7, Aparinia 5 and Eliata 11. So if we look in particular at the impact across Australia, we've been mostly impacted, unfortunately, in the NT in terms of our residents that have had COVID, and not dissimilar numbers have occurred in Darwin as well, but not as high as we've been impacted in Alice Springs as well. But I'd say again, sorry, over to you, Senator.
I was just going to say, is Alice Springs the most numbers that you have of residents impacted with COVID out of?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Senator. But it's also a reflection of the number of hostels that we have in the NT as well. So we have 17 of our 45 hostels, and you would probably be aware that hostels such as the Visitor Park and others are quite large hostels. So that's part of the reason that it's been impacted. And those impacts are obviously, most of those impacts are this calendar year. So we've been particularly, and our residents have been particularly impacted this calendar year, Senator.
Senator McCarthy, you've had the call for close to 15 minutes now, so if you could wrap up as economically as possible with your questions, that would be appreciated.
All right. Thank you, Chair. Look, on this question, Mr. Chandler, are AHL facilities in the Northern Territory taking crisis accommodation referrals for victims of domestic violence?
Are our hostels dealing with those issues? We provide services to a whole range of client groups, Senator, and we have been approached in terms of, if you're talking in the context of COVID outcomes, whether we can take additional residents. We can in the sense of our capacity. If there's lockout or lockdown arrangements, we are obviously dealing with those issues. The other thing we do, if we have a COVID outbreak in our hostel, we stop any intake. But we will always take on any residents we can, deal with any residents. We have had approaches, and we work with the local authorities, the local Aboriginal community organisations to manage those requirements. So yes, we are. We talk through, in particular in the COVID environment, the issues that were associated with social distancing, shared bathrooms and those sort of things. But generally, we will open our doors and assist our colleagues, our territory and state government colleagues, communities to deal with the pressure points in terms of the impact that COVID is having on our communities, Senator.
Senator, to go specifically to your question though, we don't provide wraparound services for our clients. We try and connect them to other services, and particularly for domestic violence referrals, whilst we would not turn away someone, we're not able to provide the specific or for the specific needs that someone in that situation would have.
Okay, thank you, Mr Chalmers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator McCarthy, and thank you to Aboriginal Hostels Limited for appearing here today. We'll send you off with our thanks for your testimony, and the committee will now suspend until 11:05.
Thank you, Chair.
And I welcome Mr Craig Ritchie, Chief Executive Officer, and other officers of AIATSIS, and I'm sure you will tell me how to pronounce that particular acronym rather than just spelling it out. Mr Ritchie, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Only to acknowledge as a Dunghutti man that we're on Ngunnawal country today, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. And
Thank
it's
you very much.
IATSIS.
IATSIS,
Yeah.
got it. Thank you for that, Mr Ritchie. Senator McCarthy.
I misled you, Chair,
Oh.
just a moment ago, so it's not the Chair's fault. I don't think Senator McCarthy does have questions for IATSIS. If there are no questions from other senators, I mean, it might just be an opportunity for Mr Ritchie to give us a few minutes on where the organisation's up to at this stage and what the key
I think that would be
issues
helpful.
are.
If you ask that as a question, Senator Ayres.
Take it as a question. Mr Ritchie, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you to you and all your colleagues, and I thought it would just be an opportunity for the committee to hear from you at this juncture, if you can.
Terrific. Well, thank you. I guess by way of introduction, IATSIS is our national Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander cultural institution. We're fast approaching our 60th anniversary. We were established in 1964 by Act of Parliament, and for all of those almost 6 decades we've been very active in the research space, but also building a national collection that is the largest collection of its kind related to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander culture and heritage. And we continue to do that work. Our mission is to do, in the context of our Act, is to do 4 things really. It's to tell the story of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Australia, which we do of course in close partnership with First Nations groups around the country, to create opportunities for people to engage, all Australians to engage with our cultures as First Nations people, but also to support the cultural revitalisation and resurgence that's happening in our communities around this country, and also to speak to our national story. And I guess the most significant development for us in that space was the announcement in January of $316.5 million to support the construction of a designated National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander cultural precinct in the parliamentary zone, which we're very, very excited about. It's been a source of advocacy, a point of advocacy for the Institute in our strategic plan since 2018, but in the case since that time. That precinct will of course house a new home for the Institute that's purpose-built and fit for purpose for the Institute in the 21st century, but it will also house a national resting place that will respectfully care for Indigenous ancestral remains that have returned from overseas as part of the Commonwealth Repatriation Program, but for a variety of reasons, largely poor provenance, can't go back to their own country. That work is currently carried out by the National Museum of Australia, and once the resting place is finished being built, will transfer there. So it's care of those ancestral remains, but importantly it's ongoing research to identify which specific First Nations those ancestors come from, so that they can be returned home as respectfully as possible. So that's very, very exciting, and we're very busy, as you might imagine, with all of the logistics associated with that.
Mr Ritchie, can I just interrupt you there, because I do have a couple of questions about this. What sort of consultation process have you designed or are you implementing to consult with local communities about the co-design process for the cultural precinct?
So we, during the course of the initial business case development and the detailed business case development that ultimately led to the government decision to fund the project, undertook close consultation, particularly with traditional owner groups here in Canberra, and there were several detailed consultations over the last, particularly intensely over the last year, to develop the final business case that went to government. We're in the process at the moment of finalising the design of an ongoing consultation process, particularly in the context of design of the facilities, but also in terms of scope of practice and operating model, particularly, I can say, around the national resting place. The national resting place idea was the subject of a major national consultation and a report that was produced in 2014. So we've relied on that in terms of shaping the broad parameters of the project. But obviously, given both the Institute's long-standing commitment to working with Indigenous people and First Nations around the country, but also the government's policy commitment around co-design, we're as I say, we're finalising the design of a consultation process that will be ongoing through the project.
Thank you very much, Mr Ritchie. Senator Thorpe's here and I suspect she has some questions for you, so I'll give her the call.
Love Black Friday, of course I have questions. And it's following on from, I think, what you've just been talking about in terms of the consultation process around the this significant place that has been a topic of conversation amongst traditional owners here. So in terms of consultation, and given the fact that we do an acknowledgement to country every time we sit in this place, have you spoken to Ngambri and Ngunnawal people about what's about to happen on their country?
Yes, Senator, we have. We've spoken to the Ngunnawal people via the United Ngunnawal Elders Council and the Ngambri Land Council and the Ngambri people about in the development of the proposals that went to government. Extensively, we've got, I would say, let me just check my notes here. We talked to traditional owners here about the proposal. And also engaged with the Tent Embassy. Although they're not traditional owners from here, it's a very important stakeholder in the parliamentary zone, to make sure people were aware, had input, had an opportunity to shape, and that will be ongoing.
Did you receive consent? Free, prior and informed consent? Or was it just a conversation?
They were conversations based on, they were conversations.
So no consent?
No, I believe we have consent from the traditional owners, yes.
So your department has free, prior and informed consent to continue with the project from the traditional owners here, both Ngambri and Ngunnawal, is that right?
We have consent and approval and engagement from the United Ngunnawal Elders Council. We have an ongoing conversation around that with the Ngambri, and that will happen over the next few months.
Are you aware that there are Ngambri and Ngunnawal elders that don't give consent? And if you're not aware of that, would you be open to addressing that. But if you are aware of that, what are you doing about it?
I'm not aware that that there are elders that haven't given consent, no.
These elders are claiming that you've been speaking to the wrong people. Are you aware of that?
No.
So they haven't come up as part of the consultation process at all?
Not to my knowledge, and certainly not directly with me. And the most recent conversations that I've had with both Ngunnawal and Ngambri were the day before the Prime Minister's announcement on the 5th of January. And in those conversations, there was no suggestion and certainly no expression to me that consent was being withheld or not given.
Would you see this questioning as an action item for your department to take up and clarify if there are any traditional owners who do not consent?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. As part of that project, will there be truth-telling and acknowledging of the frontier wars in the work of Ngara?
So Ngura is
Ngura.
Yeah, so Ngura is a precinct. The two institutions that will occupy that precinct are IATSIS and the National Resting Place. So to the extent that those issues come up in the work that IATSIS does, either via our research or in the process of our collecting, management of our collection, yes, I don't think that it's envisaged that Ngura will have any form of monument in relation to the frontier wars, but that's part of the national story. And so our job, as we see it at IATSIS, is to tell our story as First Nations people in its fullness, which includes obviously the frontier wars. It includes the experience of Indigenous people in terms of colonisation, but also our experience as people in our own right, not just being seen in relation to the experience of colonisation. So we've got I don't need to tell you this, but it's worth stating for the record that the approach of IATSIS to the story of Australia is that it doesn't begin in 1788 and it didn't begin in 1770. It stretches back 65,000 years. And that part of our story is as important to be told as the experience of colonisation.
So the reason the bones of our people are in these museums is because of racism. How will this be acknowledged as part of this project?
So in the construction of the National Resting Place, which will be a new facility in Canberra, the work that the resting place will do is currently being done via the National Museum. That is the provenance, research and respectful care of our ancestors' remains before they can go home to country. It is proposed, although this will be the subject of the ongoing consultation with Indigenous people, that the National Resting Place will have a storytelling function which will tell the story of that sits around repatriation. So the reasons why our ancestors are in foreign institutions and their journey home. So as I say, the scope of that and what that looks like is going to be the subject of consultation. And so it's a bit hard for me to kind of preempt what that might look like, but I would imagine that that broadly speaking, the National Resting Place will tell that full story.
It's just my last question, Chair. So, you know, in Victoria, we're always fighting the museum to get our people out of there.
Yeah.
And we have museums around the world that have stolen our bones and our skulls, and we're fighting them to get our remains back. With the National Museum having, what kind of ownership do they have? Do we have to fight them to have our own self-determining principles of looking after our own people's remains, or do we have to beg the National Museum to ensure that there is a self-determination element to what's going on here?
So it's not for me to speak on behalf of the National Museum, but I do know, and I should say IATSIS doesn't have any responsibility for the Commonwealth Repatriation Program, that's the Office of the Arts. but I am aware that the ancestral remains that the National Museum cares for as part of the repatriation program are not accessioned into the museum's collection, so they don't become part of the collection. The work that the museum does is in care of those ancestors and ongoing provenance research in an effort to identify the specific location that those ancestors come from. I don't imagine that there will be a fight at all around the return of those. I should say that the National Resting Place and the work that the museum is related to remains that are, also I should say ancestors that are returned to Australia under the Commonwealth program. There's no intention that state-based institutions, museums, universities and so forth will transfer the ancestral Indigenous remains that they currently care for to the National Resting Place. That's not part of the plan. That would be both culturally inappropriate and a pretty blatant effort at cost shifting on the part of the states and territories. But in answer to your question, Senator, I don't foresee any difficulty in negotiating the return of these remains from the National Museum at all.
I will squeeze one more in.
Sure.
Our resting place in Victoria is behind the Shrine of Remembrance. It's a little rock with a little plaque, and it has 38 nations represented. That every Australia Invasion Day is damaged with broken beer bottles. It's smashed over that rock, and we have to clean it up every year. What protections will be in place for our ancestors who are being put to rest in this place? Will they have protections and be honoured and respected in the same way as, say, the Shrine of Remembrance?
So in terms of that last part of your question, absolutely. It's our intention as an institute in leading this capital project to make sure that in the design of the precinct and the facilities that are housed in it, those issues around security and safety and protection are incorporated into the design. So that's the security side of things, and to work as closely as you can with specific First Nations in relation to their own ancestors, but more broadly with traditional owners here to ensure that cultural safety is maintained and those elders are protected by appropriate cultural practice and ceremony. I should say there is also no intention to bury ancestral remains in the ground here. So there will be appropriate facilities built that will care for the remains, because the key part of the name is resting. It's a rest stop on those ancestors' journey home, and so we don't intend to bury anybody in the ground. That's not our vision here. It is purely a respectful and culturally appropriate house for them to rest in until they can go home.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Yes, of course, Senator Dodson.
Just on what seems to be a very exciting development for the IATSIS institution, the Digitisation Centre at Dallas Springs. Can you tell us a bit about what is that contemplated to achieve, and how's it going to operate? It sounds a very exciting thing. I'm interested in it.
We're very excited about that, Senator. It's part of the IATSIS Council's vision to ensure that as a national institution, we're not national just because we've got a headquarters in the national capital, but we do in fact extend our reach across the country. As you'd be aware, Alice Springs is a hub for the Central Australian region, and so the decision to locate a digitisation and access hub there is really a critical and exciting one. Work's currently underway at the moment to refurbish the facilities that we've taken a lease out on. It will do a number of things. We will partner with First Nations Media Australia to make sure that digitisation is actually happening, so that particularly those recordings and such that are on volatile material, particularly ferromagnetic tape, are digitised and preserved so that communities in that region can have access to their material. There will be storage facilities there, so we envisage that some of our collection that's currently looked after here in Canberra from that region will be able to go home, and we hope to be able to provide some support to the Strello Research Centre around their storage needs. In addition to that, it will include some public engagement space, space for exhibitions, space for community and public education in relation to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander issues and cultures, particularly focusing on the Central Australia region. And we also hope, or envisage rather, we don't hope, we envisage that there will be some capacity to include training of community members in cultural heritage management, so that that capacity is being built in communities to look after their own material in a way that's right for them.
Good. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Dodson, and thank you to IATSIS, I know how to pronounce it for appearing today. We'll send you off with our thanks for your testimony and bring on Oric. Lost a lot of people out of the room now. I welcome Mr. Gerrit Wanganeen, Acting Registrar of the Office of the Registrar of Indigenous Corporations. Mr. Wanganeen, did you wish to make an opening statement? Oh, note that you tabled, sorry, your opening statement.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. And if I may, I'd just like to speak to that. So, as a Narungga man, I too would like to acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, as well as the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in the room and online with us today. I'd also like to recognise the contribution of the former Registrar, Selwyn Button, who left the position on the 3rd of December, and I've been acting in the role since then. Obviously, during his tenure, Mr Button worked to strengthen the relationships with the stakeholders and raise issues of transparency and accountability, particularly around native title benefits, and set a new strategic vision for Oric. He also started to position strongly to work in emerging and future environments, and one of those obviously is the indigeneity issues that are around at the moment. And I know that's something that was touched on in the last Senate estimates. And to that end, Oric has issued a revised policy statement on how we'll handle indigeneity within our corporations. And we've done that last month, and that's available on our website. So that will, our expectation is the policy will help to further strengthen the stakeholder and public confidence in the corporations that they're dealing with that are registered under the CATSI Act. In terms of our regulated population, it continues to grow, and I understand that we've provided a snapshot to the committee. So as of Wednesday, there were 3,463 corporations, including 240 registered native title bodies corporate. So obviously we're also buoyed by growing interest in better practice around as well. So last November we hosted our inaugural Governance Day. We did that online, and that was a free forum designed to evaluate and inspire board capability, or focused on that. And speakers from a range of different groups took part. It was 6 hours, and we were pleased that 125 people attended. The majority stayed online for those 6 hours. We do have a slightly slower rate in annual reports this year, but we are pursuing that, so we are continuing on with those. Obviously, the CATSI Act does emphasise that importance of compliance and their accountability, making sure that the members have got the opportunity to see the information about their corporation, but also ours. Obviously, given the pandemic, we are aware that there are some issues around some aspects of those reporting, and people do like to, or corporations do like to, let their members know before they lodge them with ORIC. So we will expect that those general reports will continue to come in and those financial reports will continue to come in. And then the final thing I'd like to make the point of, Senator, is the successful prosecution that occurred on Monday. So ORIC successfully prosecuted, with the help of the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions, a former CEO of an arts centre in Mornington Island, and that individual was charged with 35 counts of using his position dishonestly and taking out a number of taking advantage of a number of vulnerable people in the arts industry, and I'm very pleased to say that he was given a custodial sentence and also, importantly, reparations to both the corporation and the artists involved there. So, thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you very much. Senator Thorpe, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. My first question is around the registrar being recruited. So obviously you're still acting, but what is the plan to install a new permanent registrar?
I might refer that one to NIAA. Senator.
Good morning, Senators. Blair Exel, Deputy Chief Executive Officer for Operations Livery. There is a process that's been underway since late last year. We're working through the approval process for that right now, Senator.
Is there a time frame?
I can't set an exact time frame, but it's towards the end of the process, if I can say that, Senator.
Thank you. In my question on notice 175 from last year's supplementary estimates, I asked about how ORIC assists, in this case, the 1 year PBC, to correct and re-lodge previous year's financial statements, given that they were all incorrect. You answered that although directors of corporations are responsible for the preparation of financial reports in accordance with the CATSI regulations, is not expected that they would lodge previous year's financial reports. Does this basically mean that corporations can get away with lodging incorrect reports?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I think in terms of, particularly with the 1 year ones, quite often the audited financial statements and the auditor's reports will note where there's been corrections to previous years' audit or to financials. So quite often subsequent years will, within the notes of a general purpose financial report, make notes of corrections to previous years. So we would expect that if there was, if the corporation chose to update previous year's financial reports, that they would be available. Otherwise, we would expect that there would be corrections noted in the audited financial reports of corporations going forward.
So no consequence. People can just put in incorrect financial reports over and over again. Is there any consequence for doing that?
If we're well aware that if we're made aware that the corporations are the financial reports are wrong and willingly wrong, there are consequences within the CATSI Act, so we can prosecute for failure to report or providing false documents to the registrar. Obviously, there are things that need to be met with that, and it would be a criminal prosecution, so we would have to undertake work to satisfy a criminal court that individuals, I guess, for reports that are consistently wrong, that people were doing that willingly, knowingly and probably deliberately, to be able to do that. Conscious in mind, obviously, that again, the registrar is not necessarily going to go to criminal prosecutions of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander corporations or Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people as our first step. But certainly, if we were made aware that there was a deliberate attempt to provide wrong information in their reporting, then we could go forward with that.
Thank you. Has 1 year PBC lodged a financial report for 2021?
The laptop's just gone off. It hasn't as yet, no, Senator.
No? Okay. Community has raised concerns with me that the Balanyu, Waluwara, Wankayurjuru, or BWW, registered native title body corporate, has not been meeting since 2017-18. Can you confirm if the corporation has held any AGM since 2017 and provide the dates and locations of where they were held?
So, Senator, corporations aren't ordinarily required to report to the registrar the dates or that they've held their AGMs. We normally find those through complaints. I am aware that previously we have had complaints about BWW not holding annual general meetings, but I would have to check as to how recent any of those complaints would be. So I don't have any information on that, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
So do you receive annual returns from them?
We do receive annual returns from them, and again, I don't have the information with me on BWW specifically, but I'm happy to take that on notice and provide the Senator an answer to that. As I said, they are required to provide annual reports. A lot of corporations do show good governance and take their annual reports and annual financial statements to their annual general meetings, but it's not currently a requirement of the CATSI Act for them to table those audited financials at an AGM. It's just a requirement of the CATSI Act for them to make those audited financial statements available to members.
Thank you. I have some questions in regards to properties purchased by the South West Aboriginal Land and Sea Council in El Caballo, Midland and South Guildford in WA. Has ORIC investigated the purchase of these properties?
No, Senator, ORIC hasn't investigated the purchase of those properties. I understand that there has been some assistance provided from NIAA to the corporation, but ORIC hasn't investigated the purchase of those properties, no.
So I understand the ORIC regulations are being updated. Will this follow a process of co-design that is firmly grounded in self-determination?
The ORIC regulations, that would be a question again for NIAA, who are the policy holders for this, but certainly we would assist with that.
I'm happy to take that to NIAA, but if you want to answer.
Chair, Ben Burden, Ben Burden, Group Manager, Program Performance Delivery at the NIAA. The process for updating the regulations for the CATSI Act is in train, as Senator, as you're aware, where there's a process of updating the main Act itself. There's a series of consequential regulatory or amendments to the regulations that follow.
I just want to know if the principles of self-determination are in there.
So we've consulted on those regulations. I can provide you with the details. I think they were open for a short period of consultation before Christmas.
Does it include the principles of self-determination?
I'm not quite clear on the question.
Do you understand what self-determination is from a black person's perspective?
I wouldn't propose to. I'm trying to understand how trying to respond to your question in terms of the consultation process for the regulations being taken forward as part of the parliamentary process.
I guess Mr Burden's trying to say this is what we've done, and if he sets that out, then the assessment from the shoes you're in of whether or not that meets your definition is a more subjective matter. It's probably more appropriate that he says what's been done, and others can make the assessment of whether or not
Yeah, I don't want to hear what's been done. I want to know whether there's self-determination principles in the updated version, because if we talk about co-design, then if you've got blackfellas at the table, they'll make sure self-determination's there, and I just want to know if it's there or not.
Well, Senator Thorpe, the process that's been put in place endeavours to do that.
Okay.
It's certainly the intention at every stage to honour and respect the importance of that. We just wouldn't want to speak for somebody else in making that assessment.
Okay.
But it's certainly something that is tried to be delivered upon at every stage.
Excellent. Love when the government tries to instil self-determination principles in their work. I'll go to the next question. Are you aware of any claims of breaches of duty at the South West Aboriginal Land and Sea Council?
I'm aware that there have been complaints made around the South West Land and Sea Council and previous executive of that. Based on our assessment of those claims to this stage, Senator, I'd have to say we haven't been provided with any evidence that would substantially support that. But it is obviously something that if ORIC was provided with further documentary evidence, we'd be happy to look into.
Thank you. My final question is, can you take me through in detail what ORIC has done to be fully satisfied that the South West Aboriginal Land and Sea Council is operating without corruption or mismanagement, because there are issues and not enough seems to be done?
Senator, I don't have my I don't have any notes specifically on the South West Land and Sea Council with me, but I'm happy to take your question on notice and give you information around ORIC's actions in regard to that corporation.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Thank you very much, Senator Thorpe. Senator Ayres, I understand you have a couple of questions.
I do, thank you. I noticed the chair framed me up for just a couple, which is fair enough. Mr Wanganeen, welcome. I just wanted to get a sense of how many First Nations businesses are registered with ORIC?
We have 3,000, as of Wednesday, 3,463 corporations registered with us, Senator.
And registration with ORIC is entirely a matter for the organisation itself, isn't it? It could be registered with ORIC, or it could be registered with, sort of corporate regulators.
For the most part, that's true, Senator. There are some cases that we are aware of. So obviously a registered native title body corporate that has native title responsibilities under the Native Title Act and has been determined by the federal court must be registered under the CATSI Act. And I'm also aware that a registered Aboriginal party in Victoria is required to be registered under the CATSI Act. But otherwise...
so there's a small number that are compulsory register, and then there's a sort of voluntary. And do you have any visibility from ORIC over organisations that win contracts with the Commonwealth?
No, Senator.
So you don't apart from what they would, the information that they're compulsorily required to provide in the normal sort of regulatory oversight, you don't get much visibility about, the business conditions and their trading. That it's the normal corporate regulatory oversight.
Yeah, normal corporate regulatory oversight. We do obviously our general reports that are required from all of our corporations. Do ask corporations for both total income and also grant income. But that grant income isn't separated into any level of government, so that grant could be, that's reported there, could be Commonwealth, it could be state or territory, or it could even be local council, or potentially even philanthropic grants, I think, would be covered in those as well. So,
Thank you. Ms Brown, does NIAA have visibility through either Supply Nation or any of these initiatives over Commonwealth contracts that have been won by Indigenous organisations?
Yeah. Excuse me.
Senator, we're just the officer that looks after the Indigenous procurement policy is probably the best person to answer that. So we're just there next door. If you want to bring that to the next session.
I was going to suggest, Chair, the next bracket of questions, I just wanted to check with Mr Wanganeen while he was here. I can ask the next bracket of questions in
NIAA.
when we come to the agency. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr
Very
Wanganeen.
good. Thank you very much, Senator Ayres, and thank you to Oric for appearing here today, and we'll now bring in the NIAA.
thank you very much, Senators.
I will flag with senators that we're running about 10 minutes behind schedule, but I would like us to endeavour to deal with NIAA before the lunch break, which is due at 12:30. So if senators could keep that in consideration when asking their questions, that would be appreciated. I welcome again Ms Jodie Bruin, Chief Executive Officer, and other officers of the National Indigenous Australians Agency. Ms Bruin, do you wish to make any other additional comments at this time?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and Senators. Wandiwa. I firstly wish to acknowledge we are on Ngunnawal and Ngambri country and pay my respects to the elders and ancestors of this country. I would also like to acknowledge the record level of representation we see in the Parliament and across senior levels of the public service, and I extend my respect to all of you and other Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander witnesses appearing here today. Thank you for the opportunity to make a brief statement. I might shorten it and table the rest of it, if that's okay with you, in the interest of your time. As the committee knows, I have commenced as Chief Executive Officer of the National Indigenous Australians Agency this week, on Monday, and look forward to leading a passionate, committed and highly productive agency. I think when you look at the record of the agency over the last couple of years, an incredible amount of work has been delivered and progress has been made to improve the lives of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. In this forum, I would like to publicly acknowledge the invaluable work of my predecessor, Mr Ray Griggs, in establishing the agency and cementing its place in the public service landscape. I would also like to acknowledge the excellent stewardship of Mr Blair Exell, who has been acting in the Chief Executive role for the last 7 months, and Ms Letitia Hope as Deputy CEO, who have been instrumental in steering the agency through an important period. For those who have not yet had the pleasure that I have not had the pleasure to meet, I am Ingy Bundy, a woman from the Pilbara, and I'm deeply committed to community decision-making and empowerment through strong community governance and employment. And working with communities, Indigenous organisations and government to build trust and capacity to work in genuine partnership will be a focus of mine going forward. I also bring a deep commitment to accountability and transparency, and with that lens I look forward to supporting the committee in this work. In the interest of the committee's time, I'll leave it there through the statement, but I'll table the rest of the statement. If you'll forgive me, I will be deferring a lot of the questions to my deputies and the appropriate senior staff of the agency to answer detailed questions, given this is my 5th day in the job. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms Bruin. And I must apologise also, I got a little overexcited with the schedule for today as we were trying to keep everything to time, and I didn't realise that the NIAA is due to continue after lunch until 2 o'clock. So I don't want to say no rush to my colleagues because I know they'll take me at my word, but we do have a little bit of time after lunch, so we won't be dismissing you once we get to the break. Senator Ayres, you have the call.
Before we go to Senator Ayres, can I just take this opportunity to welcome the new Chief Executive Officer to the agency and to Estimates, and thank you for taking on such an important role. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Ayres.
Sorry, Senator Ayres.
Look, I obviously, from Labor's perspective, I also would like to welcome you to the role, and also just to place on record my appreciation for the evidence and cooperation that this committee got from Mr Griggs in various estimates hearings and to all of the staff of the agency. I think that Mr Wanganeen a few moments ago said that there were 3,463 organisations registered with ORIC. That probably there are probably more there might be some more organisations that might be characterised as business companies and business organisations that might be characterised as Indigenous companies. Does the agency have any sense of how? Is there a number that you would apply to the number of Indigenous businesses operating in the Australian private sector?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. Letitia Hope, Deputy CEO, Programs and Policy. Can I too acknowledge the traditional owners of all the lands, including those senators who are online, as a Bundjalung Torres Strait Islander woman, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging for their continuing custodianship of country knowledge and culture, and extend that respect to everybody providing testimony and also in lines of inquiry today. Ms Deb Fulton will take your question. Thanks, Senator.
Thanks, Ms Fulton.
Morning. Deborah Fulton, Acting Group Manager, Economic Policy and Programs. We would probably mostly rely on the Supply Nation website to have a sense of the Indigenous businesses there. So I don't actually have a number with me, but I can look it up while we're speaking.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And does the agency have any oversight of the number of contracts that, I know, for example, that in the last, in 2020 to 21, on AusTender, the Commonwealth let just slightly over 84,000 contracts to businesses. Some of them would have been Australian businesses, some of them would have been, overseas companies, some of them would have been non-government organisations. They'd fall into all sorts of categories. But do you have any oversight? Does the Commonwealth report to you when it lets a contract to an Indigenous business?
So, Senator, the Commonwealth doesn't report to us, but what I can say, and I think you're referring to, is the IPP policy, which of course is the Commonwealth's approach at being a savvy purchaser with its money to help increase economic status of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people and of course build businesses. Since 2015, we've had around over 36,000 contracts to the tune of about or above $5.5 billion awarded to over 2,600 Indigenous businesses. So in terms of your question around reporting, what I do know is that in 2020 and 2021 financial year, all portfolios met their targets by number and by and by dollar amount. I don't have the details of that with me, Senator, but I'd be happy to take that on notice for you and provide to the committee.
So you'd be able to provide in the 15, 16, 16, 17 and so on financial years the number
Certainly
of...
take that on notice for you, Senator.
Now,
sorry, Ms
actually.
Fulton.
Yes,
will be
thank
able to
you.
help
That'd be
Senator.
terrific, thanks.
So the number of, and in fact it's a really good story because it's really increased year on year. So in 2015-16 there were 1,601 contracts, which increased to 3,400 in 16-17.
3,400? Yep.
In 17-18 it was 4,633. In 18-19, 6,589.
Yes.
In 19-20, 7,963. And then in last financial year, it exceeded 10,000 for the first time with 10,953. And we have it's probably best to wait till the end of financial year for reporting because there's often a lag on contracts for where we're up to in the current financial year.
Okay, I might come back to this issue. Thank you. Thanks very much. My train of thought's been slightly derailed. I think Senator McCarthy is next.
Senator McCarthy? I will give you the call.
Thank you. I'd like to go to the Aboriginal flag. So if the appropriate officers are at the table. To inform the committee, what was the total package cost to government to secure the copyright of the Aboriginal flag?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. Can I, just before I answer that question, I did want to make one point. Can I just thank the committee and acknowledge their patience and forbearance at time over the last couple of years. There have been a number of occasions where the committee sought details and has been, well, can I say thanks for the fact that they've held off some of those questions and haven't explored into. They were kind of complex and sensitive discussions and negotiations, and that helped us greatly through that process by the forbearance from the committee. So I did want to say right up front, thank you very much for your support through that process. Senator, to answer your direct question, I guess the agreed financial settlement for the purchase of the copyright across three parties was $20.05 million.
So what was the total package to secure the copyright of the flag off Mr. Thomas?
Senator, so that, as I said, that was the total package for Mr. Thomas and the other parties that were involved in that settlement, two other parties, namely WAM and Worcester Holdings. There were some other components which, for example, were costs for the agency around legal costs for our internal aspects. But I'm not sure if you're after those details as well.
Yes, but I'm asking you to break it down now, Mr. Excel.
Sure. So to break down the 20.05 million, Senator?
Yes, please.
So, Senator, I can do that. As I've mentioned, there were three main components: payment to Mr. Harold Thomas and payments to WAM Clothing and to Worcester Holdings. The payment to Mr. Harold Thomas was $13.75 million to assign the copyright in full to the Commonwealth of the Government of Australia, and the payments to WAM Clothing, or the payment to WAM Clothing, was $5.2 million, and the payment to Worcester Holdings was $1.1 million.
In the government's press release on the 25th, the press release said to do this, We also had to discharge the 3 existing licence arrangements, which included estimating the potential revenue over the life of the contracts and reaching agreement with the licensees on appropriate compensation for them giving up their exclusive rights. You've said that the 3 areas, the 3 parties who were paid was WAM, Worcester Holding and Mr Thomas. Was there also extra paid in terms of the government's own legal costs?
Yes, Senator. As I mentioned, there was a cost for legal advice that assisted NIAA in the process. From memory, and Mr Jacob can confirm, it was approximately about $500,000 for the total cost in terms of our legal advice. That included not just that advice, but also included aspects that support the negotiations around valuations, for example, as well.
That's correct.
So I just want to be clear, Mr Excel, that $500,000 was in addition to the $20.05 million.
That is correct, Senator. Yes.
Okay, thank you. The press release also talked about the Aboriginal flag. The Aboriginal flag is now freely available to be used, reproduced, communicated and shared by all Australians. I note that Carroll and Richardson Flag World released a press release on the 27th of January, Mr Excel, refuting the government's announcement. Are you aware of that press release?
I am, Senator.
So what do you say about Flag World's release? And is it fair to say that the government's position on reproducing the flag was misleading?
Senator, the release the media release that was put up by the government was quite clear in what it covered, and it included specifically the licence arrangements for Flag World. I would note in the release that was put out by Carol Ann Richardson that they noted that the media in part did not represent the full media release, and that is something that I think probably did contribute to some lack of understanding of the components. But I think the government release was quite clear in terms of articulating the various components of the flag and what could be used, and gave examples.
Mr Excel, how is the cost of the settlement being paid for? Is it being paid out of the IAS?
Senator, no. There was additional funds provided to NIAA to settle the licences. For completeness, the one component that will come out of future allocations for the IAS was the $100,000 per annum scholarship. That has yet to be finally arranged, but that is something that will come out of the scholarship or come out of the IAS into the future. But I can assure you that did not impact on any existing programs going forward.
Okay. Mr Excel, you said additional funds were provided to NIAA. How much of those additional funds were provided to you?
The exact sum of the 20.05 million. Yes.
So it was actually 20.5 million.
20 point.
Where were you provided it from?
Sorry, Senator.
Where were you provided it from?
Through government transfer systems, through Department of Finance, unless I'm incorrect. Yeah. So now I'm happy to take on notice the specific kind of timings, because obviously there's sequence and payments and things like that. So,
sure.
Yeah.
If you can, it's not a trick question, Mr Excel.
Thank you.
Just want to understand
where
you've received money.
Sure.
Also, just with the report, obviously we've had a Senate inquiry into the Aboriginal flag and made numerous recommendations, and I'd like to read one particular recommendation that we came to as part of the Senate inquiry, and that is that the committee considers that the creation of an independent Aboriginal body with custodianship of the Aboriginal flag could be informed by a parliamentary inquiry to ensure its independence and transparency regarding its membership. An independent body with custodianship of the Aboriginal flag could also assist if the Torres Strait Island Regional Council requests that the TSIP with applications for the use of the Torres Strait Islander flag, given the resourcing and administrative burdens associated with processing these applications. We obviously looked at how the Torres Strait Island flag was cared for and its custodianship, And I'm just wondering whether the recommendations in relation to the Aboriginal flag about custodianship and the care of the flag, other than the Australian government, has been considered.
Yes, Senator, I can advise you it was considered, but as was consistent with the government's response tabled, that they direction of the arrangements for the management of the flag will largely come down to the preferences of the creator, Mr. Harold Thomas. And I can assure you that that was the very strong desire and intent and preference for Mr. Thomas, that it was to be managed going forward in the way that it has been set up now.
So it's as a result of the contractual arrangement with Mr. Thomas that it goes directly to the Australian government, not...
So I'm not quite sure what you mean by contractual arrangements. I'm referring to, as part of the conversations that were ongoing throughout the process, Mr. Thomas was very clear that he saw this and he was comfortable with me using his words. He expressed them to our minister not a few weeks ago, that he saw this as a partnership between the creator of the flag and the Commonwealth Government. Indeed, he saw this as a partnership between the oldest civilisation and the Commonwealth Government.
And did NIA give any advice about an Aboriginal body or authority that could be the custodian of the Aboriginal flag?
Sorry,
to the Prime Minister?
Advice to who, Senator?
To the Prime Minister?
I can advise you that the government did consider this issue, and as I've articulated, the intent of the creator of the flag was the primary consideration in this issue.
So, Mr. Excel, just to be clear, NIAA, did you give any advice other than Mr. Thomas's requests in relation to the Senate committee recommendation?
Senator, the advice incorporated and noted the recommendations of the Parliamentary Committee.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Excel. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator McCarthy. I might give the call to Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. Just while we're on the flag, obviously you said that it was noted, all the work that we did in getting Mob here to talk about the importance of the flag and what they wanted to do with that. So thank you for the government for noting that but not implementing that, which goes against self-determination.
Well, respectfully, Senator Thorpe, the work of the committee has well and truly been taken into account in the negotiation process. But ultimately, when we're dealing with the property of an Indigenous man, it's also really important to respect his wishes and his desires as the owner and designer and artist responsible for the flag.
That's not what I'm saying.
Well,
Minister, with
I'm
all
responding.
due respect,
Well, I'm responding.
This is not about me disrespecting another Indigenous man.
Senator Thorpe,
Minister.
Please don't speak over me. Once you've finished hearing my answer...
Well, you're wrong in what you're saying.
Well, correct me after I finish, Senator Thorpe.
Don't
by all means
put
correct
words
me
into
after
my
I
mouth,
finish. Senator Thorpe.
telling me that I'm disrespecting an Indigenous man.
Order.
Oh,
Don't
come on,
fly
Senator
the
Thorpe.
flag
You're
in
better
a
than
gammon
this.
way.
Senators,
you are better than this.
Order. On this committee, we had a couple of conversations earlier in the week, and I recognise that neither of you were here for that, about not speaking over one another. If we could try and keep the call and response manner of things intact, that makes it a lot easier for me to hear what's going on. Senator Thorpe, you asked a question. I believe the Minister was responding to it.
I was trying to.
Thank you.
Senator Chandler. The process that was undertaken in negotiating to deliver the outcomes that were desired and articulated well by that committee were implemented through the negotiation process and done in a way that was designed to respect the proprietary rights of the Indigenous man who designed the flag, Mr. Thomas. And in doing so, and in accordance with his wishes, there is, to his credit, a lot of give back to the community associated with it. So I wouldn't accept the characterisation of the NIAA's really valuable work in this space as anything other than sincerely reflecting the work of the committee in trying to resolve what had, until that point, the point of concluding a negotiation, been quite vexed.
Thank you. We're running out of time, I think. Are you done?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. So in terms of the Aboriginal flag now being colonised by the Australian government, is it worth a conversation around sovereignty from the NIAA perspective, given we are sovereign, the Aussie flag says that they're sovereign. So now that the Aboriginal flag has been colonised, is that a question of sovereignty now that we now need to have a conversation about? Because now you've got two national flags, right? So that's actually acknowledging the sovereignty of our people. Is it not?
Senator, I would probably respond, I think, to that question in the way that I articulated previously, which was that, in the words of Mr Thomas, he saw this as a partnership between Aboriginal Australia, that's his words, and the Commonwealth Government of Australia.
That's not my question, with all due respect. It's a question about sovereignty. We have the colonising Australian government who have now recognised and now own our flag, the Aboriginal flag, which to us is a sign of resistance and sign of sovereignty. Is it now a conversation about having two national flags and actually who are the sovereign people of these lands?
Senator, I would probably also note that the Aboriginal flag has been a national flag since 1995.
Yes, I understand that. It's not my question though. Is it a question of sovereignty now that we have officially the Australian government assimilating and owning our flag along with the Australian colonisers' flag? Does that mean that we can now go down a path of a debate around sovereignty, given we've got the two flags?
Mr Excel, perhaps I could jump in there. We simply cannot, Senator Thorpe, accept the premise of your question. The flag has not been colonised. It has been made available for all Australians and all Indigenous Australians so that they can fly it and use it for the purposes for which they would like, and that was something that wasn't possible under the previous arrangements. This is about making the Aboriginal flag have the status and respect and buy-in that it deserves for the future. The Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander flags are equal in precedence. Their status has not changed in the community. It is simply the case that it is more accessible than ever before for those who do want to use it.
Thank you, Senator. But from the people I am bringing voice to in this place are very concerned that our flag has been colonised, given this is the colonisers' headquarters and they've just purchased our flag, so that means our flag's been colonised.
Well,
so I understand you don't get that.
Senator Thorpe, is there a question here?
I understand that you don't get that because you can't.
Senator
I'll go to my
Thorpe,
next question.
I really need to respond to that,
Yes,
Senator.
Minister, you may.
It is, I hear what you're saying, but I want to reassure those people who you are attempting to share the views of here, that we have taken the flag from a situation where it was effectively being privately owned to a situation where, in accordance with the wishes of the Indigenous designer of the flag, it has been put in a position where it is safe, where it is available to all Indigenous Australians, and indeed all Australians full stop, because we want this to be a flag that gets the respect and buy-in and enthusiasm it deserves. This is only about making things better. It is not about taking things away. And quite frankly, the designer of the flag made it very clear that's what he wanted for all Australians, so that the flag could be the symbol of unity he wanted it to be.
Excellent. Okay, I'm going to go on to my next question because I don't want to run out of time, with all due respect.
Can I add something, Senator, if that's okay? So I would also note, and it hasn't come up yet, so hopefully it's useful for you, Mr Thomas retains the moral rights of the flag. So in terms of some of that framing, he's still the creator, What we're talking about here is the purchase of the copyright for how it can be used. So that ownership is still there in a sense, or that moral right. That's right.
Thank you. I'm getting away from the flag, which is now Australian. And my next question is,
Just like all Indigenous people, Australian.
Sorry?
Or just like all Indigenous people, they are Australian. It's wonderful.
Really?
Yes. I think it's an uncontroversial proposition that Indigenous Australians are Australians, and that inviting all Australians, Australians to be a part of it.
Order, Minister.
No,
Order, Minister.
I'm being white-splained here.
I don't think that's a point of order,
I'm
Senator
being
Thorpe.
white-splained.
That is not a point of
I'm
order.
not going to be told by a white senator that I'm an Indigenous Australian. That is insulting.
Senator Thorpe, that is not a point of order.
Absolutely.
It might be best if you move on to your next question.
Okay. I'm a Gunai, Djapurrung, Brabralung, Gunditjmara woman. I'm well aware that running elections is not what we need to be talking about here, but I do, however, need to be questioning how our people who are in lockdown are going to be able to vote in the next election. So I'd like to know if the NIAA are working with the AEC to facilitate our people to vote.
So I can possibly answer in the broad, but I think we might have to take, unless my colleagues have more specific information, we have pretty regular conversations with AEC ahead of elections. I'm not aware of any specific conversations around the upcoming election, but my colleagues may be. So.
Thanks, Senator. I actually don't have much more to add to my colleague, except for the fact that I do understand that the AEC has got an extensive reach, and they are actually reaching out to communities extensively. I also understand that there is some recent data, and I'd be happy to take the facts on notice for you, Senator, that in terms of enrolments for the AEC, the Indigenous enrolments are actually at a faster rate than non-Indigenous enrolments at the moment. So in relation to COVID, I can't answer that question for you. We'd be happy to take that on notice for you and get you some information.
Yeah, and that's great to hear that it's on the rise. But because of the biosecurity orders in place in a number of our communities, communities are saying to us that the AEC may not be able to get to these communities, so people will not be able to vote. So I would like you to take that on notice about what is happening. Are there any concerns that we're going to have hundreds of our people not being able to vote because the AEC can't get out there?
So, Senator, of course it is a matter for the AEC, but we'd be happy to work with them to take them on notice. And the only other thing I would add, Senator, is as you know, we have an extensive presence across the regions. We have 70 officers and pre-COVID visited face-to-face over 400 communities, but still have contact with those communities through multiple different mediums. And this is one of the things that the NIAA does facilitate in terms of these kinds of social process messages. So voting, vaccinations, etc. And that is one of the social processes that the NIAA assists.
Excellent. So just on that, would the NIAA make representation then to the relevant ministers to make sure that our people can vote, even if biosecurity measures are in place?
Well, certainly it's a matter for the AEC, Senator, but we will certainly take that on notice and see what we can do to assist your inquiry.
Great. Thank you.
Senator, just to add to that, Robert Ryan, Recognition and Empowerment Branch Manager. We have been meeting with the AEC. It is their role, but we have offered to provide any support we can to try and ensure that Indigenous enrolment and voting is as high as it can possibly be.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Thorpe. Senator Dodson?
This is the second time, Chair, that I've led you astray immediately
Goodness
before
me.
you've allocated
Senator
the call. So I've
been a long week.
a couple of questions. It has been a long week.
Okay, I'll give the call to you, Senator Ayres.
The reason that I asked a series of questions about contracts for Indigenous businesses, and thank you for your answers, and that they are right. If you look at the what's been provided on the Supply Nation website, 943 Indigenous businesses secured, as you said, I think Ms Hope, 10,920 new contracts during the 2021 financial year at a value at around a value of just a little over $1 billion. The reason I was interested in it is because, of course, we're in a campaign context, and what did the Labor leader call it? A pre-caretaker period, where we're approaching election campaign, and people are making claims, of course, about all sorts of issues. The Prime Minister and the Labor leader and a number of people from this House and people who want to be in the House and the Senate are in Darwin at the moment. It's the 80th anniversary of the bombing of Darwin, or the first bombing of Darwin. 250 or so Australians were killed during the Second World War. And the Prime Minister said on ABC radio that 23,000, that since he had become Prime Minister, 23,000 contracts had gone, Commonwealth contracts had gone to Indigenous businesses. And if you add up the figures that you gave me over the course of the period, I think you can roughly get them to the sort of 23,000 figure. But the nominative figure sounds like a big number, doesn't it? 23,000. Can you confirm that that's right? Is it $1.09 billion as at September 2021 assessment of the 2020-21 financial year, essentially?
Senator, yeah, $1,101 million for the 2021 financial year.
And so some of those contracts would be substantial contracts worth some millions of dollars, and some of them would be very small contracts, wouldn't they?
That would be correct.
Yeah. That $1.09 billion sounds like a lot of money to each of us. Are you aware of the size of Commonwealth expenditure in the 2020-21 financial year?
Overall Commonwealth expenditure?
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm sorry, Senator, but we could...
I can report to you that it's just over $654 billion. So while that 23,000 figure, as I think you reported, in fact, I think it was you, Ms Fulton, who said that 10,000 figure is a substantial advance on the year before, and an advance on the year before that, and the year before that, starting from a very small base. It is just 0.17% of Commonwealth expenditure, isn't it? If my Glen Innes High School maths are correct.
Nice part of the world, Glennis. I will take your word for that, Senator.
There was
I could work that out, but I will take your word on face value for that.
a lot of great things come out of Glen Innes. Tiny's Finito was a fantastic racehorse. Many other great products. So 0.17%. So there's still plenty of room for improvement, isn't there?
Senator, I would agree with that. I think, though, overall, the fact that we're seeing growth year on year,
yes,
we're heading in the right direction, and we would hope to see that growth continue.
Minister, why did the Prime Minister say 23,000 contracts under the period since I've become Prime Minister, as if he had something to do with it, and not honestly say to the people of the Northern Territory when he was on the radio, 0.17% of Commonwealth expenditure?
I would suggest to you that neither formulation is false.
But why did you use one and not the other?
One can describe the same information usually using a bunch of different ways, and it's a matter of just personal preference.
Personal preference or what suits a self-serving partisan story.
Oh, Senator, I think that's a little bit disingenuous. The fact is that the supply and demand sides are both growing here, if I understand the information that's before me. This is a good news story. The Prime Minister is entitled to share that good news with Australians, and that's exactly what he did. There is nothing but proper communication involved in that.
0.17%. He's just full of it, isn't he?
It's the same information, Senator Ayres.
He's just full of it.
No, it's a fact. Facts are facts.
That's all I have, Chair. I think Senator Dodson has a long block of, well, it won't feel like it's long.
But you're saying it's going to be...
It'll take more than 6
minutes.
minutes, yeah. I just wonder whether the right thing to do, unless coalition senators have questions, whether
we do have a couple, but probably better, given that they're on the teleconference, better place to do it after lunch. So do we want to go to lunch now?
Always late, but never late for lunch, so... If,
okay.
Madam Chair, could I just get one clarification
You
on
can,
these
Senator
percentages?
Dodson.
What portion of all of those figures pertain to the Northern Territory?
I don't have that breakdown, I'm afraid,
So
Senator.
it could be quite miserable.
Well, we could take on notice.
It could be quite excellent. We don't know, but you know, you're in the Northern Territory, you're making a big announcement. What portion has gone to the Northern Territory?
Senator Dodson will take it on notice.
Good on you. I'm glad you do, Minister.
If I could add, Senators, just going to that point of the proportion of overall spending, there is now a spending target, which is to reach 1.5% of the value of contracts increasing to 3% by 2027. So that's another incentive to increase the value growth.
Yeah, so that's a sort of several orders of magnitude away from where we are. Starting from a very low base, is there a report that the agency or Supply Nation does that provides those, you know, that against that baseline as a proportion of overall spending for the years that you gave me before?
So we will track that. We rely on agencies reporting to us, so there's often a lag, and the reporting is improving again year on year, so that remains a work in progress, but we will be tracking the spend.
And there's an issue, I suppose, of sort of working through how it is that you engage with the sort of quality over the quantity in terms of the reporting. That is, what are the size of the contracts? You know, are they multiple contracts for essentially the same thing that are being, you know, there's a series of metrics that are probably pretty difficult to grapple with, I suppose.
And we will learn over time more around that, you know, the industries, the breakdown and geographic as well.
Thanks, Ms Fulton, appreciate it. Thank you.
Before we break, Madam Chair, it might be helpful to also point out that, you know, we've spent an average of $850 million in this space over the last 6 years. That was $6.2 million in the year prior to us coming to government. And so for all of the talk about the need for orders of magnitude of improvement for us to reach the goal that's been set for the medium term, it's important to acknowledge how much improvement there has been in recent times and how all of that improvement has happened under this government.
I think the important thing here is, you know, there is so much work to do across corporate Australia, across governments at the Commonwealth and state level. I don't think anybody who's serious about these issues would claim anything else. What is a problem is when people misrepresent what is going out there, when people try and claim improvements that have been made when actually they're much smaller. And that diminishes the task for all of us and makes it actually harder to make progress. And people, they want to participate seriously in these debates, you know, need to actually be a bit fair dinkum about what they say to the Australian people about what's been achieved.
Well, I'd suggest that's not a question, but in any event...
it wasn't a question.
An acknowledgement...
I freely concede that. It was an
acknowledgement...
There's another place for you to give speeches, Senator Ayres.
An acknowledgement
Thanks, Chair.
of the progress that has been made is real. The numbers have been accurately represented, and the progress that has been made is a reflection of the fact that the Minister has developed a national roadmap for Indigenous jobs, skills and wealth creation. It brings industry and governments together in a way that has never happened before, and it is transforming lives. And I will not step away from that.
Very good. Despite promises that we'd finish a little bit early, we're just about bang on time now. So I will now suspend the committee for lunch, and we will reconvene at 1:30 p.m. and continue with the NIAA. Thank you very much all.
Ta.
Reconvene, and I'm just checking. I was hoping to give the call to a couple of coalition senators. I'm just checking whether, because we've got them by video conference today,
Senator
whether we have
Chandler,
Senator
can you hear me
O'Sullivan on the call.
Can you hear me okay?
We can, Senator O'Sullivan. We might just get broadcasting to turn you up a little bit.
Sorry, I'm just returned to Western Australia and I'm in quarantine and Wi-Fi is not great where I am, so I'm going to have to keep my video off. So do you want me to just jump into it, Chair?
Yes, that would be wonderful. Thank you, Senator
Thank you.
O'Sullivan.
Thank you. I'd really love to get an update from the NIAA on the employment programs and the reforms that are occurring in this whole space. And there's lots of programs that have sort of been wrapped up under a new model. Can you just, can I just get a general overview and update on that? And I'll get into more specific questions.
Thank you, Senator. Could I just clarify, are you particularly interested in the Indigenous specific employment program, so the Employment Parity Initiative, Tailored Assistance Grants
Correct.
and VETA? Yes, okay. So as you know, Senator, those are winding down over the course of this year to be replaced in July with the new Indigenous Skills and Employment program. That has, we've in fact forecast on Grants Connect just to give interested providers a chance to look at getting ready to be able to apply for that when it opens in coming months. We had a really good consultation phase around that program through a series of, well, with some COVID restrictions, we had a lot of virtual roundtables as well as some face-to-face, and we had a public discussion, public submission process as well. And we were fortunate to also have independent evaluation of the existing program, so we felt like we had a really solid evidence base through that, which was really helpful. So we've come up with a structure which allows, consolidates the programs into one, and it will be much more flexible and place-based. We're looking at having regional funding allocations based on relative need, and we're going through a process to determine the priorities that each region wants to address through that grant round, with the intention that it can be a really partnership and collaboration-oriented program working along mainstream programs, state and territory investment, and the grants would be co-designed with communities once we open up that process.
Okay, I'll come to the co-design aspect of it in a moment. So one of the things that I really thought was quite innovative and effective with the previous program, I definitely support consolidation and bringing things together to make it clearer for community and for providers. But one of the things that I thought was really good was the focus on outcomes rather than necessarily activities, I suppose. So particularly in the employment space. So employment, actually commencement into a job, and importantly retention in the job. We know that there's, with a lot of these programs, there can be real focus on just getting people engaged and going to training courses and doing all these things, but, the real outcome that matters is someone getting a job and then sustaining in the job. So does it still have that focus, particularly around outcome payments and that sort of thing? Can you tell me a little bit about the design that you're looking at?
Yes, Senator. So what we are expecting to see in the new program is a bit of a balance. So we heard a lot through the consultations and also through the evaluation that we needed to be able to create a bit more flexibility to meet individual job seekers where they were, and accept that sometimes that might need quite a long period of support pre-placement and potentially quite a lot of support after a 26-week period as well. So as you know, we relied very heavily on a 26-week employment outcome as a strong measure of success. So we would expect to continue to be interested in that, but be more interested in longer-term outcomes and tracking transition pathways better. And we would also probably build in a little more around qualitative assessments as well, so try to get a sense of what collaboration there's been, the quality of mentoring services and the like. So we should have a more comprehensive set of performance metrics in the new program.
Okay. And so is that change is reflecting the fact that many job seekers are on a bit of a journey. Some might be job ready, suitable to take up a job. Others might have possibly significant and multiple barriers to employment, so they might need a little bit more work to prepare. Is it sort of reflecting that so that the program's more flexible to actually help address the needs that individual job seekers have rather than just looking at them as an entire cohort?
That's right, Senator, and that we would hope to have the new program work very collaboratively with existing mainstream services as well. So rather than working in a complementary but sort of side-by-side way, they could potentially work in a more collaborative way. So there might be, for example, the new employment services model might be providing a range of specialist support, but there are still gaps that model has some constraints around, and that our program would be able to be more flexible to provide the kind of support that an individual needs. Still with an eye to employment, but taking a recognition, as you say, that people might have quite different paths to get there, and that we would also want to look at career advancement as well. So not just a focus on being placed in a job, staying there for a while, but keeping a longer term outlook on their journey.
Okay. And I imagine these programs are complementary to the mainstream programs still. So are there any extra steps being taken to make sure that those mainstream providers, if I can be sort of crude about it, not let off the hook? They're going to get their outcome payments, whether they do any work or not, whether they've actually contributed to the outcome or not. But are they really being held? Is it complementary, and are they really being drawn in here so that they actually are part of that process, particularly if the Commonwealth is paying for them to support job seekers?
We would anticipate that is the case. Obviously, we still are awaiting the commencement of the new mainstream in non-remote from July, so there'll be a range of things to work in progress through, but we're in close discussions with Department of Education, Skills and Employment, and we are looking at how we can have, at regional level, a kind of a steering committee of key stakeholders to look at how progress is going through our program and how that's collaborating with others. So we do expect that everybody that's achieving an outcome has worked for that outcome.
Okay, and just finally on this topic, what about what's the timeframes that you're working to see it fully rolled out?
So we are going through the process at the moment of finalising grant opportunity guidelines, and they'll need to go through an approval process. In the meantime, we've forecast a forthcoming opportunity on Grants Connect so that interested providers can start to keep an eye out, and we are hoping to be able to open that opportunity in coming months and start with an expression of interest phase for organisations to give us an initial indication of their expertise and experience and what they're interested in doing, and then we would plan to shortlist from there and invite those shortlisted organisations to prepare a full proposal and ready to implement from the second half of the year.
Excellent. Chair, have I got a few more minutes? Can I just ask something else?
Yeah, you may quickly, Senator O'Sullivan. I'm just not sure whether we have Senator McMahon on the line as well. I do know she wanted to ask some questions in this section, but if she's not appearing on the video conference, I'll let you continue, Senator O'Sullivan.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yes, I just wonder if you can just give us an update on where we're at with the CDP or the trials with the new, is it 4 or 5 new regions or regions that have been earmarked for co-design and development of different model?
Yes, Senator. So I think you would be aware that the trial sites were announced by the Minister last year around about October. Since then, we have, through our regional presence, been working with stakeholders in each region to identify Indigenous organisations and communities and other stakeholders who could participate in a local co-design group. We're still receiving RSVPs for participating in those local groups. In fact, I think the closing date for that is today. And then we'll be looking to hold the first meeting of each local co-design group in coming weeks and work the process through from there. There are, the trial regions are all at quite different stages. So, for example, Palm Island in far north Queensland are really managing a range of challenges around COVID at the moment, so they've asked us to just wait a bit. So we're working at the paces that the different regions are asking for, but we'll be progressing in coming weeks. And the first meeting of those local co-design groups will really set their ground rules, for want of a better term, around how they'll work, what pace, what decisions they're expecting to take through the co-design process.
So has there been any commencement of any co-design, or it's still sort of co-designing the co-design? Where are we actually at in terms of sitting down and working out the way forward?
In terms of working out the way forward at the trial site regions, that is still working through the preparatory arrangements. We have had a public submission process to get feedback from any interested stakeholder, and those submissions are, I believe, now on the NIAA website, where authors have agreed that they can be made public. We've also had a range of discussions with different providers to get views as well. So we're starting to get some feedback, but at the trial level, we're still at the early preparatory stages.
Okay. Thank you for that. Chair, back to you.
Thank you very much, Senator O'Sullivan. I might give the call to Senator Dodson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I might just pick up where Senator O'Sullivan left off on the CDP, then I'll come back to the voice. Is that okay? You said there were submissions, you sought submissions. How many submissions have come in?
I believe it was 33, right? Yes.
33. And the allocation for this over 5 years was what, 111 million?
There was 111 million provided, but it was to address the increase in CDP caseload, and the costs of the pilot trials are absorbed within the IAS, but that additional 111 million was to cover the increased caseload. I believe there was a, Ms Phipps might be able to elaborate the components of that. I believe some of it was for other agencies.
Kate Phipps, Branch Manager, Remote Employment Policy Task Force. That is correct. As Ms Fulton has said, there were a number of different components to that amount. I'd have to take the details on notice, Senator.
Okay, I didn't quite catch that. I'm hard of hearing at this end of the village. But if you just, how much, if you give me the diversity where the funds have been split across. I'll take it on, take it on notice, give it to me when you've got it.
I can actually do that for you, sorry. My folder fell open and I now couldn't find it, but my colleagues just brought it to me. So that was 111 million, of which, I can't even read it without my glasses now. So Department of Social Services was receiving a proportion of that. There was a small amount going to education, skills and employment, the bulk of it coming to NIAA for the CDP caseload costs, and an amount to Services Australia. Okay. So a range of processing.
And there are 6 trial sites that have been nominated?
Yes.
And
I think it's 5 sites, but 6 regions, is that right?
Yes.
6 regions?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. You might tell me that. So how many providers within the 6 regions are you looking at?
So, Senator, within those 6 regions, we have a total of 7 providers.
7 providers. And the ones in Western Australia, is that the northwest? Is that the region?
So in Western Australia, it's Midwest.
Midwest.
And Ngunanjarra.
And Ngunanjarra. Okay. These trials are meant to start at the end of this year, is that right?
So, Senator, the trials will start following a period of co-design with the local co-design groups. So we expect it will vary across the different regions.
Is there a nominal starting time of July? Didn't the Minister say they were going to start in July?
We're expecting that we will start very soon, Senator, and that it could take approximately 6 months. So I think that's what the Minister was referring to.
And when the total start-up for to complete co-design, get the advisory body into place, do all those things, when was this supposed to start?
Sorry, isn't it when?
Well, when's the new actual process or program meant to start? Is that in 2003?
So yes, 2023 is the start.
2023, so it's a long time away. It's a long time away for, such a promise. There was a change to the circumstances, wasn't there, in these trial sites? So the mutual obligation component was no longer obligatory, is that right?
Senator, that doesn't apply only to the trial sites. That was a change to CDP
across the board.
Across the board in May last year.
Okay. So what's been the consequence of that for attendance?
So we have seen that attendance at activities has dropped as a result of that change, but it had also dropped as a result of mutual obligation suspension as a result of COVID-19. So there are a range of factors at play, but we have seen a drop in attendance. That's certainly true.
And has there been any financial adjustments to the providers on the basis of the drops?
The providers are continuing to provide a range of support, and they're continuing to arrange activities for job seekers as well. Their payments are remaining broadly steady. If I can find it. So they're receiving fee-for-service outcome-based payments as well, and they're broadly steady.
So are they likely to be getting a windfall out of this? Drop-off in numbers, the maintenance of their contracted entitlements, and no change to their financial base. Is that what I'm understanding?
I don't believe that would be correct, Senator. The caseload is still high, so CDP providers are still providing support to every job seeker on that caseload. They're still required to engage with them, support them with job plans, support them in mentoring and support services and job placement, and they will arrange activities that job seekers will indicate that they plan to attend. So they're still providing that suite of services.
But didn't you say that there's been a drop-off because of COVID and
There's been
other factors?
Maybe I wasn't very clear. So there's been a drop-off in attendance at activities, but that's just one component.
Okay, so, and there's no adjustment to the providers?
Well, the providers will arrange activities on the expectation that people will attend, so they're still putting that...
Well, if they're not attending, how can you arrange something?
Deb, I'm happy to. Senator Kate Elliott, Remote Employment Programs and Implementation Branch. So as Ms Faulkner was saying, CDP payments are actually demand-driven and outcomes-based. So the CDP provider is being paid based on the caseload in terms of the number of job seekers they're servicing. So they have that servicing payment. They have activity attendance payments, which respond to when a job seeker agrees to attend an activity. And then they also have the outcome payments for 13-week and 26-week outcomes, where those providers provide post-placement support to support that job seeker in their pathway into employment.
So the cash flow operates like a float in a trough. If it goes up, it gets off, you get your maximum, it drops down, nothing's happening.
And so, Senator, of course, at the moment we have 30% higher caseload due to COVID-19, and so our service providers are working very proactively with job seekers to adapt service delivery based on those jurisdictional requirements. So, of course, they're looking at alternative service delivery models and also that outreach to job seekers. So they're working very hard in those communities to continue that contact through the program.
So how much community development activity is happening?
Senator, there's a range of different activities that are happening throughout the program. We're hearing through our providers that they're still engaging very closely with job seekers. There are some job seekers still participating in income support activities. So, doing art and looking at business enterprise development. There's, a broad range of different activities that are happening on the ground. I do have some examples here. Sorry, I'll just...
But you're not paying them for no activities?
No, there's definitely
I want to be
activities
clear
going.
about that.
Yeah, across.
They're not getting a windfall of the public sector, no.
Yep, so the service providers are still delivering activities for job seekers to participate in, and obviously that participation is being impacted at the moment with the various jurisdictional requirements due to COVID-19.
And has there been any variation in the contracts or the deeds that engage these providers?
Senator, not at the moment. As I said, it is a demand-based and outcomes payment model. So the payment model is still appropriate for the program at the moment.
Okay, so the new employment model, how is that meant to, I suppose, enable the participation of people who have a choice here? They're either going to participate or not participate. So what happens? This is not turning up for the activity. Then there's no penalty for it.
There's still a range of things that job seekers need to do. They still need to engage with the provider. They need to develop a jobs plan, attend jobs appointments. So the activities is one component, but they still need to participate in the range of support that the CDP provider can put
Okay,
forward.
so you've got 7, I think you said, providers within the trial area, the 7...
Yes.
You've got 7 providers within that. What's the conversation going on with the providers outside of this experiment?
Well, just to be clear, these changes that Ms Elliott's been talking through apply to all of CDP, including CDP in those trial areas. Once the co-design has been, for the trials, is developed, then we would expect there to be a change for the job seekers in those trials, but that will depend on the outcome of the co-design process.
I just want to be clear that the experimentation is restricted to 7 regions or 5 regions. What is it? 5 regions.
So
It's restricted to that area, and there are 7 providers within it. Outside of there, I don't know how many providers you've got, and I'm getting the impression that you're saying that whatever happens in this trial area is also happening in the mainstream of it. Is that correct, or is that not correct?
No, I might have been a bit confusing in how I put it forward. So the changes to mutual obligation requirements to make activities voluntary, that's happening right across CDP, all 60 regions, which includes those trial regions. What we would expect to see after a period of co-design in those trial regions is they might have some slightly different arrangements in place, which will continue to involve vocational and non-vocational support and job seeker placement support, but they will work through different ways that they would like to see a new remote engagement program work. We'll learn from that. In the meantime, until they're ready to start implementing a trial, they're treated the same as all of the CDP regions.
Okay, so, and you haven't yet nominated the people to guide the trial process, the co-design process?
So we have written to 3 of the trial sites to seek nominations for people to participate. Those are still coming in at the moment.
Okay, and when is the close-off date for that?
Today.
Today. And what did you say, you had 34 applications?
Ms Phipps.
So I think the 34, Senator, was 34 submissions to our national, the first phase of our national consultation process.
Okay, and they'll advise you on all of the regions, and it's not an advisory entity for each of the locations.
That's right, Senator. So we are planning to have 3 layers to make sure that everyone who wants to participate across the country can. So the consultation process is open to anyone who would like to put in a submission. The co-design, as we've discussed, is across 6 regions. And we also are intending, once the local co-design groups are established, to then establish a national co-design group that can look across both the learnings from the co-design groups and also the national consultation process to look at what are the best settings for the new program.
Okay, so all of those providing a service now, have they got a contract period with a terminus on it, or when do their contracts expire?
So their contracts their contracts expire on the 30th of June 2023.
2023?
2023, that's
2023. Right. Okay. And subject to the outcomes from these experiments, you'll draw new contracts, I presume?
So following the outcomes from co-design, we will determine a new process.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. Can I just move on to The Voice?
Yes, you may, Senator Watson, quickly.
I don't know whether you need any new players up there on the front bench. Okay. I notice, Ms Bruin, you made some passing comments to The Voice in your table statement, but I'm not coming to you. I'm just acknowledging that you did make some passing comment here. So if I haven't quite understood it by these questions, and I'm seeking some enlightenment. So has the government commenced the discussions with the states and the territories on the local and regional voice arrangements? And I understand from your comment that you have.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And when did those discussions start, and when are they likely to terminate so that some action might happen here?
I can perhaps start with that, Senator. So Julianne Guevara, the Group Manager for Strategic Policy Group in NIAA. As you know, Senator, the final report was released on the 17th of December. That report followed quite a lengthy and extensive consultation across Australia with over 9,400 people participating. The report is forming the basis for all the discussions that we are having, of course, with state and territory governments. Of course, the government at the time of releasing the report indicated that it would now begin with those first steps on local and regional voice. We have had now 3 separate discussions with senior officials, so one in December, one earlier this month, and in fact one just 2 days ago. So the Minister too, of course, has had an opportunity to speak to his state and territory counterparts at the Indigenous Affairs Task Force earlier this week.
Okay, and you've been meeting with the local government authorities as well?
So indeed, when the Minister had his meetings earlier this week, ALGA was a representative there.
And Senator, they're also on the senior officials group as well.
Okay. So things are moving along nicely, are they?
Senator, as you no doubt appreciate, I mean, it is a very complex exercise that we're about to embark on in terms of the next steps for the establishment of local and regional voices. The government, of course, has committed to a co-design process, not only with state and territory governments and local government there, but also with local Indigenous communities as well. So it will, you know, we anticipate that it will be a lengthy process, but it will be, you know, quite a detailed range of discussions that we'll have with them going forward.
Okay, so you're confident you'll meet the time frame of the 1st of July 2022 for the rollout of the regional and local voices?
Senator, I think what the government has committed to obviously is working in partnership, and certainly the Minister has indicated this to his state and territory counterparts, that the government is very committed to the co-design effort, and so that may take some time, as we've only just embarked, of course, on you know, the commencement of this exercise. So I think we're really, as the Minister said, the main focus is really trying to ensure that we get the design process right.
We wouldn't want to hurry this, would we? I mean, it's 3 years since the Minister said we'll have a voice and it'll be legislated. And 3 years also he said we'd have a referendum. So I'd hate to see some speed going on in here.
In fairness to the witnesses, there's a real tension between the desire to...
There's a real tension, all right, Minister.
Can I finish, please, Senator Dodson? There's a tension between the desire to achieve outcomes and the desire to ensure buy-in and make sure everybody feels heard, everybody has the feeling of ownership that's necessary for it to succeed. You, of all people, know that that consensus-based model for decision-making is really important. And so we are adopting that out of respect for the communities that we want to really own and participate and get the most out of this so that it can achieve its purpose of kicking all of those closing the gap targets.
Yes, well, you shouldn't tell the public you're going to meet something by a certain date, because we tend to take that literally and we hold you to the promise. You know that, Minister. So if the rollout of these regional and local voices are meant to take place on the 1st of July 2022, I understand there's complexities and challenges, but that's the date that was set by the Minister, and we'd expect this is when this will happen, not drift on to the Never Never Land. In the last estimates, you confirmed, I think, that there's 7.5 million allocated to the co-design process. Now, I'm not sure whether you're the right person to deal with this, but whomever is.
So my colleague Robert Ryan, who's the branch manager responsible for
Robert, you're going to deal with this. Good on you, Robert. So there was 7.5 million allocated to the co-design process. Is that right?
7.3 million.
7.3. You knocked off a bit of dough.
No, it's always been 7.3, Senator.
Cut it back when we want to look at it.
It's always been 7.3.
And so, well, tell me, is this right? Over 3.5 million has been spent. Is that right, or more?
No, the funding of 7.3 million has been fully expended on the co-design process.
Fully expended?
Fully expended.
So what's going to fund the co-design process now?
Well, that'll be part of the budget process to actually get further funding.
So there's no money to fund it now?
I'm not saying that, Senator. I'm saying the 7.3 million that was made available for the co-design of a voice, that exercise is completed. Now we're into implementation, which will also involve co-design, and we'll need to resource that as well. But that's separate from the 7.3 million.
So how much is the supply of funds impost on getting things done?
In terms of this work? I mean, that's something we're looking at currently.
Looking at?
In terms of what budget is required for this
From
work.
what distance?
Yeah. We're looking at it closely, but it's part of the budget process, Senator.
Part of the budget process. All right, well, that's in a few weeks' time. We'll want to know what that is. So I suppose it's a bit hard to tell me what this is going to cost going forward, because you've got it in a budget process, and I presume that's only the Minister knows that, and you guys don't have no privilege to tell me. So we look forward to that, because this is becoming a fairly expensive exercise to choose. And I accept what the Minister says about getting things right and getting them proper. I understand all of that. But this goes back to John Howard when he was was the Prime Minister in this place, and a few years before that.
But in fairness, Prime Minister Howard put it to a referendum. It didn't succeed. And we really do want to make sure that the lessons of that period are understood and built upon, and to make sure that things are done properly. That consultation is really vital, and we absolutely continue to intend to work closely with local councils, with local groups, and with other governments to make sure this is something sustainable and effective.
Good, I'm glad to hear that, Minister. I think I had a black beard when this started, but, I'm happy to...
You look beautiful in white.
I'm happy to sit here and listen to you say how long it's
It's a very nice beard, just as it is, Senator Dodson.
So what's the process for the national voice? Are we going to wait until the regional and local voices are all signed off, ticked off, and put into legislation, or what's the game with the national voice?
Well, the short answer is yes. We are focused on delivering local and regional voices, because that's the level at which the most important metrics of improving the lives of Indigenous Australians will come through. That's where we have the opportunity to have the biggest impact on the Closing the Gap targets. It's where we have the biggest opportunity for genuine and consistent input from people and communities. We will deal with the question of a national voice once the local and regional voices are bedded down, achieving their goals, and only then will we take the next step, because it is very important that this is done right and it is done sustainably, so that it can have the effect that I know you and I both want it to achieve.
But it's not what the report told you. The report told you to progress the national voice.
Well, it is
almost
progress.
Simultaneously or concurrent with the progress of the local and regional voices.
Respectfully, it is progress to make sure that things aren't being slapped together, to make sure that things aren't in conflict or at cross purposes.
It's asked you to walk and chew gum.
But if the
do two things at
objectives-
once.
It
The
should
regional
be-
voice
Senator
and the
Dodson,
national voice.
If you want an answer from me, let me give it.
Well, give me an answer to the question.
I'm trying to. If you could stop speaking over me, I'd be able to.
Oh, please.
Oh, have a little bit of courtesy, Senator Dodson.
You know what the question is.
And I'm trying to answer it, Senator Dodson. We can go round and round like this all day, or I can just answer the question.
I don't mind going all day. I'm not going anywhere. I can't get home to Western Australia for another week.
It's your time. When you're ready, I'll answer the question. Are you ready now?
Ask the chair.
Well, I'm asking you.
Don't ask me. Ask the chair.
I think the Minister was in the process of answering your question, Senator Dodson,
Thank you, Chair.
before you started playing
speaking
games
over each other.
Now, our intention is to progress a national voice, but we will do it in the sequential path that was set out by the Co-Design Committee. The Co-Design Committee made it very clear that the first step for effectiveness, the first step for long-term improvement was in the local and the regional space. And so we are fulfilling to the letter that which was designed by the Co-Design group over an 18-month period. We will follow that report and we will build a national voice from there.
Can I speak now? Okay, thank you.
Well, I've finished my answer, so
Yes, thank you.
if you wish.
I wasn't sure there was a pregnant pause there. I wasn't sure whether you'd finished. Can I ask then, you obviously are committed to the national voice. Is that you may be taking time to get there, but you are committed to it. Is that the position?
Senator Dodson, we've committed to option 2 of the co-design process, and that entails everything it entails.
Okay. All right, well, if the process to get the regional and local voices into existence doesn't look like happening until after the 1st of July 2022 this year, because of all the other things that have been said here. When is it expected you might start the work on the national voice?
Senator Dodson, the estimates of timing in the report, the ones to which you have just referred, are always on the basis of negotiations going according to their estimated time. The process is underway and Ms Guevara can speak more to that. But it would be contrary to principles that we've heard about already today, about self-determination and about consent and all of that, if we weren't to genuinely and sincerely see that consultation phase through to completion. I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Minister.
Ms Guevara.
Just in terms of details, I mean, obviously, as I said at the outset, the negotiations with states and territories will be quite a complex exercise. There are a number of things that you would appreciate, Senator, that we have to go through, including how this would interact with existing mechanisms that some states and territories may actually have. Those things around potentially sort of looking at funding-related arrangements. The report obviously speaks to some of the elements around how you go about designing regions, etc. All of that we obviously have to walk through very carefully with state and territory governments over the course of the next few months. As I said, we've already had 3 meetings at that senior officials level. We've committed to having more intensive meetings, in fact, over the next month, with a number of them on a bilateral basis. So we do have a plan of action going forward, which, you know, as I said, will walk through all of the very sort of complex range of issues that were sort of identified in that final report.
Okay, so when all the ducks are lined up and achieved in terms of the regional and local voices, is it the intention then to legislate those regional entities into existence, or wait until the process to deal with the national voice completed, whenever they might be completed?
I might let my colleague Robert Ryan respond to that.
Senator, so at this stage we really are sort of just taking the first step around negotiation with the states and territories and the Australian Local Government Association. Local and regional voices will be voices to all levels of government. So to date, while we've had a senior officials group, it's been the Commonwealth that has sort of supported and enabled this process through the co-design members. But we now have to pivot to where we are working with the states and territories and with the Australian Local Government Association. So, you know, we need to get through that process to get that full sign-up from all the levels of government to actually support local and regional voices before we probably get to making decisions about, you know, what form of, you know, whether you require legislation around local and regional voices and those other issues. But certainly the report does provide some direction for us on that.
Okay. Right, well, I'm sure there's 1,001 other questions I could ask, Madam Chair, but I can see this is such a long process in gestation. We're going to be here on many occasions having similar discussions, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
Senator Dodson. Madam Chair, before you go to the next block,
yes,
can I take this opportunity to correct some figures that I put on the record a little bit earlier?
Yes.
I wouldn't want to leave the committee without accurate data.
Indeed.
When we were talking about the Indigenous procurement program, there were some numbers being shared about the number of contracts and the spend involved. In the 2020 to 21 Oz tender process, there was $69.8 billion in Commonwealth procurement, which was 84,054 contracts. Now, that indicates a number of about 1.5% of spend, and that reflects the fact that we are now 50% of the way to meeting the 2027 goal, 2027 target. Just wanted to make sure that was very clear because it differs slightly to the numbers that the committee was supplied with earlier.
Very good. Thank you, Minister.
Just two things.
That's correct, isn't it?
Can you just, which of the two options for the national voice is the government going to adopt from the report?
Option 2.
Option 2. And of course, I don't want to go around in circles about this issue forever. I think the government agrees that AusTender is doesn't capture the entirety of Commonwealth expenditure on contracting for goods and services. It's a tool for businesses to use, and I think in fact in this committee we've spent a little bit of time on AusTender, and if it was to be used as a basis for data collection and measuring what's happened in government contracting, I think everybody who's spent any time with it agrees it's not really for that purpose. It's really I think even Department of Finance concedes imperfect tool for allowing businesses to access Commonwealth tenders.
I don't cavil with that proposition.
And only some Commonwealth tenders go through that process.
Senator Ayres, I don't cavil with that proposition. I think that's something I'm happy to accept, given your people who have been on this committee over the course of the examination of that matter in this week. What I would suggest, though, is that if your proposition is correct, then the number can only actually be higher, not lower.
No, because the denominator will expand as more contracts are included in it. Now, the numerator may expand a little bit, but that is indeed unknown at this point in time. And I think the discussion that we had earlier means that that is the total amount of contracts may be much larger than the number that's covered by AusTender. Anyway,
to close the loop on that, we might just hand over to Ms Fulton.
Yes.
Just to make sure that we've got the best possible information, then we might leave it.
Thank you, Senator. So I think really what we wanted to do was just clarify with the figures that you'd proposed earlier, which actually captured a much wider range of Commonwealth expenditure, including things like Commonwealth to state and territory transfers and social security. So it was just to kind of try to have a closer approximation of like for like around the value of Commonwealth contracts through AusTender and the value of contracts reported through IP.
And I would be interested over time in hearing more about, how that 2030 target, 2027 target, how that will be derived. I think it's an important issue, and we ought to have a clear public understanding of what that is about. So option 2, back to option 2. I'm told by a colleague that option 2 says the establishment of a voice by 2024. with a body to support the establishment of a voice by 2023. Minister, is the government still committed to that timeframe?
That is still our anticipated timeframe.
It seems, I mean, I was in and out a bit, but I listened carefully when I was here. It seemed improbable. Okay, anyway, thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Ayres. I don't think any other senators have questions for the NIAA, so thank you very much for coming along today and for staying with us for an extra 20 minutes to get through those questions. And we'll now bring on the Department of Health. Oh, I'm sure they anticipated that you would put some questions on notice, Senator Dodson.
No, I'm still here for this bit.
I don't know whether they...
Yes. Step to the back, yeah? Okay, beautiful. Oh, no. Happy to do that. They need us from here.
You might guess that. We have no idea.
I don't want to be in your way. I think you've got more people than... Yeah, that's good. Let's get you.
Hello. I'd like to welcome Ms Tanya Rishnu, Deputy Secretary, Primary and Community Care Group at the Department of Health, and other officers to, you have joined, officers of the National Indigenous Australians Agency for this session on Indigenous health issues. Ms Rishnu, did you wish to make an opening statement?
No, Tanya Rishnu, Deputy Secretary, Primary and Community Care Group. Thanks, Chair. Just an acknowledgement that we meet today on Ngunnawal and Ngambri country and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging.
Very good. I'm looking to Labor senators as to who would like the call. Senator Dodson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the... and thank you for the work that you're doing, despite the questions I might ask of you, right?
Thank you, Senator.
You're doing a marvellous job in the space, up against many things. But how many First Nations peoples have died from COVID across the country? Have you got figures on that?
I'll ask Dr Datoka to go through the figures, Senator. Thank you.
And how many of them have occurred from the Omicron, whatever it is, the latest version of the virus?
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Ms Rishnu. Dr Lucas Datoka, First Assistant Secretary, Implementation and Primary Care Response in the National COVID Vaccine Task Force and the Department of Health. With that out of the way, thanks, Senator. So, sadly, to date, in the course of the COVID-19 pandemic, there have been 68 First Nations people identified as in the registers as dying or a COVID-19 associated death. So 68 since the beginning of the pandemic, and sadly 43 of those have been this calendar year, that's associated with the Omicron outbreak. The rate of death among the overall number of cases remains lower than in general population.
Okay, now, I'm not sure where I've seen this, but you can correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, it may have come from the agency, the NIAA, but the amount of Aboriginal people who've got the first dose, they say is about 82%. If these figures are wrong, just correct them and tell me what they are. And that the second dose, those with the second dose nationally, is 77%. But they didn't say how many have got the third dose. So are any of those figures correct? If they're not, can you correct them? And if you know what the third dosage percentage is, appreciate knowing that.
Thank you, Senator. They're broadly correct, but the rounding could have gone one up. But it's 82.8% first dose, 77.7% second dose. This is nationally. And out of people who are eligible for a booster, because as you know, you become eligible for a booster 3 months after your primary course, 45.6% have had a booster.
And have you got the breakdown on the jurisdictions for that?
Yep. So for first and second dose, the Australian Capital...
Maybe if you just... can you table them?
We can table.
And particularly I'm interested in Western Australia and the north.
So just so you know, Senator, so Western Australia has improved quite a lot in the last couple of months, still behind national average, but on first dose they are at 79.9%, and on second dose, because it's trailing, because of course the first dose increases are relatively recent, the WA is on 68.7%.
Now, I understand there was a surge workforce that was detailed to go around and help encourage people or inject people to get the vaccines. Is that workforce still in existence or is it gone?
Absolutely, Senator, and I'm just pulling up WA specific numbers, but yes, so there's been a number of rounds of and mechanisms of health workforce to support ACCHOs, and Mr Matthews can talk about the broader workforce support that the Australian government has provided to ACCHOs, but specifically in the vaccine space, we have been providing additional support to health services through a number of avenues. The most common one is through the Vaccine Administration Service program that now is called the Vaccine Administration Partners Program, the VAP as we call it. And the VAP has been providing support for workforce either embedded within ACCHOs or working in conjunction in parallel to ACCHOs for a number of months at the moment, with a focus on the 30 LGAs of priority that General Fruin's acceleration plan included in September, and that activity has continued throughout all the past few months, and currently we have VAP teams embedded within Aboriginal Community Control Health Services and other services in quite a number of locations, including WA, with work orders in place well into the next few months, including deployments planned for...
So they're being ramped up, are they? Or in the Pilbara, the Kimberley, Gascoyne regions, are these forces being ramped up? Because you know what's happening in the Territory. Mm-hmm. You've got some prediction plan somewhere what's going to happen to us in the West.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have those workforces augmenting services in WA. We currently have Chutjunjara had Healthcare Australia, which is one of the VAP providers, allocated, and they have a request for 4 weeks. Halls Creek will have a VAP team from the 1st of March. Broome has also put in a request that we're working with, and we're expanding the number of available providers to provide that ongoing support. There's a clear commitment from all partners in WA, the ACCHOs, Aqua, WAX, WA Health and us, to make sure that we make the most of the time we have until the inevitable Omicron wave that will happen in WA, to keep the rates up. And there was significant effort the other side of last year that we are continuing and expanding, including with additional VAP deployments in those areas. VAP is only one of the mechanisms. We also have the Royal Flying Doctor Service providing augmentation of capacity, both in the response, swab transfer, respiratory clinic space, but also in the vaccination space. And there's also in other areas has been, as you know, in Western Sydney or parts of the Northern Territory has been Australian Defence Force supplementation of the vaccination workforce as well.
And Senator, as Dr. Datoka has mentioned, particularly over the last 2 months, we've seen a significant uptake in WA in particular, which is really pleasing.
Yeah, from zero to anything would be good there.
We're working hard on it, Senator.
No, I appreciate that, but these are all relative things. So when did the Commonwealth start providing the RAT packages to the ACCHOs in Western Australia? Or have they started providing that?
Yes.
Okay. Yep.
Yes. So the Australian government, I'm just getting the dates for you, sorry, Senator. So the Australian government announced the commitment to providing RATs for rapid antigen tests for Aboriginal Community Control Health Services for staff screening on the 25th of January. And that week, both the Tuesday and the Thursday of that week, the dispatches commenced for all Aboriginal Community Control Health Services in the country. Deliveries have been ongoing throughout the last couple of weeks, including some delay in some of the deliveries in WA and NT because of the floods and the interruption of road transport, particularly from South Australia. But we have been working really closely with any affected ACCHO to make sure that there were alternative supplies if required. And now the immense majority of ACCHOs have received all their Commonwealth initial allocation, and the ones who remain outstanding, we've worked with them and the jurisdictional authorities to make sure that they had the supply they need. And now the Commonwealth is committed to providing also additional supplies to facilitate community testing, particularly in remote communities, but across all their client population within the ACCHOs. And we are now providing direct supply from the National Medical Stockpile, and we are going to do it in a pre-position 4 weeks at a time deployment, so that the ACCHOs have more than enough to cover their operations ongoing, and we don't rely on weekly deliveries.
And you understand better than most the slim personnel base, staffing bases in these places. So what support is being given to these frontline workers in these remote places to deal with, how to navigate the use of a RAT test, for instance? Someone's going to have to explain that to someone, how to use it. I mean, I even have to have someone to explain it to me, but if you're in the bush and you've got no idea, this is an additional task and a burden on people who are already flat-strapped.
Yeah, so acknowledging the importance of maintaining the ACCHO and remote workforce as much away from furloughs as possible, etc., is why there was that initial commitment from the beginning to provide RATs to ACCHOs as a part of the highest priority, like residential aged care facilities. The initial deployment was a mix of point-of-care tests and self-tests. Point-of-care tests need to be administered by a health professional. Self-tests are the ones that people can purchase commercially and use themselves. Both modalities come with instructions and support for training. We also work with the National Aboriginal Community Cultural Health Organisation, with NACCHO, that we provide funding for and through as part of the COVID response, to develop also resources to support those ACCHOs and their workforces on the use of this technology. We had feedback from services that they had a preference for self-test as opposed to point-of-care tests, because they can also be given to non-clinical staff to use, and they don't rely on having a clinician providing the test. So from that, beside that initial supply, all ongoing supply of tests to ACCHOs is only self-test. So we're working with the services very, very directly on using them. We're also holding we were holding fortnightly webinars with all the ACCHOs and NACCHO, co-hosted with NACCHO, to troubleshoot through these issues. We've moved them to weekly in the recent weeks to make sure that we provide support for the RAT deployment and the oral treatment deployment.
So has the ACCHOs made a request for additional financial support for their range of activities that they undertake?
So, Senator, the government has provided nearly $35 million to specifically support the vaccination. Some of that money has gone directly to NACCHO and to ACCHOs as well. So there has been financial support provided. I was also going to add...
Sorry, did you say some of that went to them?
Yes, absolutely.
Out of the 35, what went to them?
So I think...
$34.3 million.
That's right.
$34.3 million have been provided.
So that's more than some, that's a fair whack of it.
Well, we don't want to oversell.
That's all right. I just wanted to make sure I heard properly, that's all.
Indeed, Senator. And I was also going to add to Dr. De Tocca's answer before, we've also done a lot of work around communications and translation of instructions and different communication products. So happy to go through that with Ms Belmano if you would like.
Yeah, I suppose my other big question is the quarantine issue and the overcrowding of houses. And how's that being managed? Or it obviously sets back the good work that as frontline health providers, that you go back into a house with 20 or 30 people, it's just going to make the next wave of people come knocking on your door, isn't it?
So, Senator, right from the start, back in 2020, we had made provisions for remote preparedness and retrieval. So we had worked with all of the ACCHOs and NACCHO at that point in time to put in preparedness plans across all of the ACCHOs and the communities. There are a number of measures in place that go to whether we need to isolate or retrieve or put in place additional kind of isolation facilities and clinics in communities. Dr. De Tocca, did you want to add?
Yes, so Mr. Brishner is absolutely right, recognising that isolation could be a challenge in many remote communities, and the larger number of people per house in general. That was one of the first focus on the original management plan from back in March 2020, and the.
But sorry, Doctor, I know that, but that's even true of Halls Creek and Fitzroy Crossing, little towns that have got a little clinic, which is battling to meet, you know, the day-to-days, let alone additional people, and yet there's no evidence that if they're going to be evacuated out of Bulgo, Billaloona or Mullen or wherever, they'll end up in Broome or they end up in Derby or where they're already limited, you know, facilities. What's the collaboration with the Commonwealth and the state in trying to ensure that there is, you know, proper facilities for people who are at the tough end of it to go to, rather than, oh well, we don't know where to put them. We put them in a quarantine place and hope they stay alive.
So that's absolutely key, Senator. As you identified, the direct management of the outbreak situation and the public health response in a particular community is led by the relevant state and territory, in this case by WA, of course. But we are working very closely on this, as we have with all the other jurisdictions. In WA's case, there's a particular advantage with the eventual outbreak, when or if it happens, happening after what's happened in other jurisdictions. So through the National Aboriginal Community Control, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Advisory Group on COVID-19 and the other mechanisms that we have for Commonwealth and state collaboration, a lot of the discussions in the recent weeks have been focused on how we translate the lessons learned from both Aboriginal communities and state and territory governments and the Commonwealth Government from the outbreaks in Western New South Wales, for the current outbreaks across the eastern states, from the management of remote outbreaks in the Northern Territory, including some of the shifts in approaches that we are seeing with Omicron responses versus Delta responses. A lot of our planning throughout last year, our joint planning with the states and territories and their community control health sector was based on containing absolutely every Delta case in a setting in which vaccination or 2 doses of vaccine provided a sort of stronger barrier in preventing transmission. We know that with Omicron the infectivity is higher, and the effectiveness of the vaccines to prevent infection, they remain really effective in preventing severe disease, but 2 doses are less effective against Omicron in order to prevent infection. The plans to absolutely isolate and take every single case out of the community to prevent an outbreak are not necessarily fit for the current pandemic. So we have been working through the advisory group with all the jurisdictions to make sure that the approaches have the right fit to our current context, in which outbreaks are inevitable across the country, but the severity for people who are vaccinated is much lower, so they can be contained.
Well, last question, Madam Chair.
Probably just add to one thing. It's Gavin Matthews, First Assistant Secretary of the Indigenous Health Division. Is that late last year, all of the jurisdictions did update their Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander COVID response plans for outbreaks as well. So there was a process they went all through to update those. And as I think Dr. Doctor has said, and then that then feeds into the advisory group, which is regularly updating and ensuring that discussion between the Commonwealth and the states is ongoing to sort of refine it for how the outbreak progresses.
Sure. I mean, because I live in Broome, I don't have those discussions. I need to know what they're saying and what the plans are going to be, and the people beyond me are even worse off. But my last question, if I might, goes back a bit. It's outside the virus space. We used to have some discussions in here about bloodborne diseases, if you can remember that. And I'm just wondering what's happened to the medical attention required for those sorts of ongoing chronic or challenges in this field as well. So is everything put on hold because we're all stuck on the virus response, or you're still dealing with STDs and other bloodborne types of problems? Because that was rampant, if you recall, across Northern Australia.
Yep. So, Senator, all the normal programs are still continuing. I mean, obviously, COVID has an impact on everything in life, including programs. So there will be, I'm sure, for many services that face an outbreak and a sudden influx of work across that may impact on those things from time to time. But our work on BBV and STIs and syphilis has not stopped or slowed down. those programs continue. We've extended the funding, for example, for the enhanced syphilis response, for another 3 years. So there's about another 23 million committed to that last year to extend that for a further 3 years and sort of ensuring those things going. The point-of-care testing is still in place. In fact, I think I was looking at some data. The testing, is still been occurring. So we've been watching some of the data for that, and we're not seeing significant drops in some of those things. Particularly, some of the STI testing is maintained over that period, which has been very good.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for your responses.
Thank you very much, Senator Dodson. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for attending today. I'd like to ask some questions about Mornington Island following my questions last year, and then perhaps some general questions. How did the federal government allow the Mornington Islanders' situation, their health and wellbeing, to slip into third world countries?
So, Senator, Mornington Island, and I think we've provided some answers to questions on notice that we took the last time. As you're aware, we work closely with ARCHOs, we work closely with the community, but particularly with Mornington Island, we work very closely with the Queensland Health and Hospital Services there. And we are working with them closely to make sure that the services on the island are improved over time. I don't know whether Mr.
Could you tell me how you're working with the government?
Mr. Matthews?
So, well, there's a range of it. I mean, it's a very broad question, of course, when you get to health, because you can't differentiate the health and wellbeing from the broader people's social, environmental, aspects around that. So I think really probably, the headline way I would say that response to that is sort of happening really is through closing the gap, which is the framework for government states to be working in partnership with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people around improving outcomes generally. So I guess that agreement was signed, struck in around the middle of 2020. So it's been in place for about 12 months, which really resets the aim is to reset the relationship, and it is looking around a broad range of factors to work in, I guess, rather than doing things with, two people, it's that concept of doing things with people and bring them to the table, and then look at how the overall investment across those range of things from, education, employment and housing through to health and health outcomes, come together around that situation is probably really, I think is probably in a nutshell, the main context of your answer about how that's going to progress into the future from here, of which health is a part, but it is not the only part in relation to that, into that answer, I think. But that's also not a question. It is also, obviously, when you start to get into the provision of, hospital services on Mornington, that is, they're delivered by the Queensland Government, as is a range of the education services and those things. So it's not a kind of simple Commonwealth Department of Health question. It's a very broad question, and I think in that context, probably, understanding the landscape through the lens of where closing the gap is resetting that, and some of the other mechanisms, and particularly where Senator Dodson was asking, things like the development of the voice, are really, geared towards ensuring about empowering and encouraging Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people to be a little bit more in charge of their future, which will hopefully, that will lead to increased outcomes over time.
Okay, some wonderful points in that I'd like to continue with. First of all, I endorse and value your comments about needing an holistic approach. Health is just one part of it. And health is really an outcome of the whole way of life. So I understand that. What are the current initiatives? That was a very broad statement, but what are the current initiatives for working with the Queensland Government and doing anything directly? And the Premier of Queensland and the Queensland Health Minister promised to visit the island last year or early this year. Have they done so?
Look, I couldn't comment on anything from the Queensland Government or the ministers or intentions around that. We don't have visibility or necessarily monitor or track that, because that's obviously a matter for the Queensland Government.
More specifically, how do you work with the Queensland
So
Government?
from a health point of view, and our colleagues from the National Indigenous Australians Agency may be able to talk more broadly from a broader Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander affairs perspective, but from the health perspective, probably from two mechanisms we do have what's called partnership forums with the Queensland in each jurisdiction, including Queensland, where they are regular meetings that usually happen a couple of times a year between the Queensland Health officials, the Commonwealth Health officials, and then officials from the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander health sector in Queensland, and they're largely geared towards trying to kind of increase the alignment between between the Commonwealth, the state, and the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander stakeholders that are, many of whom are delivering services in there, to ensure that we align our policy and our delivery as far as possible. And there are not probably talking about Mornington Island specifically, but there are a range of things that will happen through there. Many of the programs we talked about, including things like our syphilis program, will deliver services into Queensland. We have, that will also acknowledge things like where probably over the last 2 years we've been looking to increase the investment in our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander health services, where we've probably put in about an increased investment in the Aboriginal community-controlled health system by probably a bit over 160 odd million.
What specifically doing what?
So the investment we've lifted into the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander health services is really around increasing the primary resourcing that goes to primary health care delivered by Aboriginal community-controlled health services in communities. That's a little different from Mornington Island, because that does not have one directly on there. It does have some servicing through the an ISA service there into the community, but a lot of services delivered by the Queensland Government in there. But what we're looking to do is increase the resourcing for health services delivered, primary healthcare services delivered by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander organisations, because they know their clients, they know the clients well, and they'll deliver and put in place a stronger framework around comprehensive primary health care. So that is something we've been doing across the country, not just in Queensland, and we'll continue to do over.
So is that funding for nurses or doctors or?
Both. It funds the resourcing of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Health Clinic, and then the health clinic will use that for any range of things. It might employ Aboriginal health worker, and it could be used for that. Could be used for doctors or nurses or other things that it may do from a comprehensive healthcare point of view, which is really about a patient coming in and not doing and sort of understanding their needs and then looking at their broader circumstance and spending an increased amount of time. So it's not it's a little different from your visit to a normal GP situation, which might be a little bit sort of shorter. It's to sort of bring them in, spend more time, look at their other issues and try and provide some of those wraparound supports to people is really how the comprehensive primary healthcare works within a Aboriginal community-controlled health setting. So one of the things we're doing is to increase our investment in that over time and work with the sector in particular to expand that and look to improve how they service over time as well, which is their intention.
So how would you characterise not just the quality of the relationship, but the actions and the behaviours that come from the relationship? Are you a money provider? Are you a resource provider? Are you someone looking over their shoulder in a helpful way that identifies shortfalls in the Queensland Government's approach? Are you advisors to them? How would you describe it?
Well, are you referring to the Queensland Government or for the Aboriginal Health Services?
The Aboriginal Health Services with the Queensland Government, not just Mornington.
Well, I would hope that the Aboriginal Health Services probably don't characterise us as they're just looking over their shoulder, I would hope.
I meant that in the sense that you're working with them.
Yes, that's very clearly our intention is to ensure that we have a partnership approach with our Aboriginal Health Services, which is one of the priority reform areas in the Closing the Gap agreement as well.
And that's exactly what I was going to add, Senator. We take the Closing the Gap agreement very seriously, which talks about a partnership with Aboriginal people and Aboriginal services. The money that Mr Matthews outlined goes directly to service delivery by community-controlled health organisations. We provide funding.
So it doesn't go through the state government?
No, it doesn't. It goes directly to the sector. It's deliberately flexible to allow them to address the particular issues around health and providing holistic health services to their community. So it's deliberately flexible to allow for that. And we work very closely with the National Aboriginal Community Controlled Health Organisation, but also all of the services to make sure that what we are achieving is a collective set of outcomes that everyone's agreed to around improving health and wellbeing for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people.
Okay. Perhaps now would be a time to jump into a few things. Mr Matthews said, as I said, it was wonderful to hear him talking about an holistic approach. It's not just health. Health's an outcome of the lifestyle. What about personal accountability? The reason I'm asking these questions is that 2-3 people in my office and myself went up right across all the Cape York communities. When was that? July, August, and visited all. And there were common, although the communities are quite different, as you would appreciate, different in their needs and their backgrounds, they have some commonalities. One, you mentioned Close the Gap, Mr Matthews. I put it to some of them that all the communities, and got this answer, I put it to them that close the gap perpetuates the gap. And they resoundingly said yes. And the reason for that was, first of all, the underlying intent is to focus on the gap, which perpetuates the gap. But putting that aside, there's also what some people call the Aboriginal industry, and it consists of whites as well as Aboriginals. But they're consultants, lawyers, etc., that feed off this, and they perpetuate the gap because without the gap, there's no Aboriginal industry. So any comments on that?
Sorry, Senator, can I don't want to speak for Mr Matthews, but our job is to make sure that we can provide comprehensive health care for all Australians. The government invests significantly in the health and wellbeing of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people as First Nations peoples because of the disparity in health outcomes today, and that is what the Closing of the Gap Agreement is about. We have worked tirelessly, and the community-controlled health sector has been a major part of the infrastructure of delivering health outcomes for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people for over 50 years now. And to suggest that, in any way that is not a necessary and evidence-based investment. So I just wanted to clarify, because asking Mr Matthews for a comment on that, it is evidence-based, it is clear, it is a government commitment.
You would agree, I would hope, that personal accountability has a lot to do with managing people's health.
So, Senator, everyone, I think, across the country wants the best healthcare and the best for their family and themselves. And personal accountability is one element. We also recognise social determinants of health and a range of historical factors as well.
So you're agreeing with me that personal accountability is important. What...
Senator, I think I said it was one of the factors.
Correct. It's one of the factors, so it has a part to play. So what we've done in this country, under both Labor and Liberal, is that since 1972 we have, according to people in the communities, they've told me that we've created a sense of victimhood. Not beggars, but a victimhood. And that's the opposite of accountability. So what I'm trying to do is to get an understanding of the environment in which you work, because if that accountability is not there, and these people in the communities are wonderful. There's a diverse range of them, as you know, but they seem to be held back by the Aboriginal industry. Maybe not deliberately, maybe subconsciously, but that's what's happening. And a lot of it's been caused by state and federal governments, particularly since 1972.
Look, I think we can probably, we're probably a little bit limited to speak from the health perspective. It's obviously where our responsibility is, but I think it would be, probably just to repeat Mr Richney, I think it would be not right to characterise the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander health, the community-controlled health sector, which is delivered and run by Aboriginal people for Aboriginal people, as a, in a negative connotation around an Aboriginal industry. I think is that the reason we fund them is, I think, because of your point around which it is that services delivered, good services delivered by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, and we are talking about the provision of health services, there is clear evidence that it is effective in delivering it, because it comes from an empowering place of empowering people to do it. And that is why we are growing the sector strongly and investing in it and trying to work very closely with the sector on the way through. It's why, when I think if you were listening to Dr. Detoka's evidence around our response to COVID, we've also have centred that 100% with Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander people and experts around that for that very reason.
So what I'm interpreting, and it's very welcome if I'm interpreting it correctly, is that you're giving more responsibility to the communities for their health and managing that health.
I'm sure that, and this is always very difficult to verbal, but I would imagine from our colleagues in the Aboriginal community-controlled health sector, they would say they are services that are that their membership is the community, and they're managed and their boards are elected from their community, so they would say they're in and of the community, is how they, I'm sure, would express their view very strongly around that in terms of providing services to their own people.
Oh, that's welcome news. So is there a plan within your organisation that is part of an overall plan within the government's, I don't know, what's Ken Wyatt's department name, title? Department of Aboriginal and Island Affairs or Indigenous?
The National Indigenous Australians Agency.
That's right.
Thank you. Okay. Is there a coordinated plan with them, working coordination with them?
So, Senator, and something you could, easily Googleable that is hard to find. So if you Google the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Health Plan, you'll find that there's a recently released, National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Health Plan that was released on around the 15th of December last year, which is now a new 10-year national plan around Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander health, worked up very extensively probably led by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander health experts in the sector around the development of that plan, refreshed to be consistent with closing the gap and embed many of the things we've learned over the last few years. That was, as I said, released in the middle of December, and that has at its very heart that concepts of how the broader social determinants link with health, and also very strongly brings in a dimension around the cultural determinants of health and how culture plays out for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people and impacts on their health, and how health needs to respond to that landscape as well. So that's been recently refreshed, and I think would probably be, if you're looking at the national plan, where that is probably the prime and most important one to have a look at. So I'd really encourage you to do that. We can provide the link on notice if you like, to just to refresh if you'd like. If not, that's okay. And that would be well worth having a look at. And also noting that that is endorsed by the majority of the states and territories as well. So it does really form a plan now that is developed in and of through the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander sector, agreed by the Commonwealth Government and endorsed by states and the majority of states and territories.
Okay, thank you. That's welcome news too, because there are a lot of outstanding people with a lot of potential in those communities who are just stymied by an invisible hand somehow. So it's varying from, say, Lockhart River, where they're really going ahead, to other countries.
Senator Roberts, just quickly, we are very close to time, and I have one question that I would like to ask the officers before we finish up. So,
Last question, then,
Thank you.
Chair. Thank you for that notice. Has there been a drop in the death rate from suicides in the last year? And what's the overall trend in suicide? Because it was quite alarming.
So, Senator, I might go to my colleague online, Mr Rodham, who can talk about specific suicide data and prevention activities.
Yes, thank you. Can you see me and hear me all right?
Yep.
Yeah, great. Yes, so overall in 2020, Senator, there was a 5.4% reduction in suicide for the whole population. Unfortunately, for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, suicide remained the fifth leading cause of death that year. And Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people continue to die by suicide at more than twice the rate of non-Indigenous people, so 27.9 per 100,000 population compared with 11.8 per 1,000 population.
So can you tell me the overall trend? I know relative to the rest of Australia it's high, so thank you for that, double. What's the overall trend? Is it increasing, decreasing, flat?
It did increase slightly in 2020, Senator, so I'm just trying to get the figures for 2020 compared with 2019. I know it was a little higher while the whole of population rate fell.
Senator, given the time, we can take that on notice and give you the data around the trends, but it also goes to why we are investing heavily in suicide prevention and mental health activities across Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. We have a crisis line that's 24/7 that is about to be launched, and we'll start services from the 24th of February, and a range of other activities that Senator Dodson well knows we've been undertaking around suicide prevention.
And just like physical health, it's an outcome. Mental health is an outcome of cultural and other factors. Social factors, I think, Mr Matthews' words.
There's a range of social determinants that impact on
Thank you.
an individual's health across the board.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you all for attending.
Thank you very much, Senator Roberts. I just have one final question about misinformation regarding vaccination programs and quarantine programs in remote communities. Have we seen any misinformation circulating in those areas? And if so, what's the department been doing to counteract that?
Thank you, Senator. So misinformation around COVID and the vaccine program is, I think, present in all aspects of our society.
Indeed,
unfortunately.
indeed.
There have been a number of unfortunately targeted elements of misinformation towards remote communities or First Nations communities, which have been quite unhelpful in the rollout of the program. Like any aspect of the COVID response, as Mr. Matthews outlined, everything that the government is doing is in close partnership with their communities through the Closing the Gap framework and the advisory group arrangements. So we're working really closely with Aboriginal organisations, with communities, supporting work that Nacho is leading in partnership with NLAA and Minister Wyatt to specifically target identified pockets of potential sources of misinformation, but also providing as much factual, fact-based and clear material as we can to the community organisations, community radios, First Nations media, local health services, so that those materials can be tailored, adapted, and provided in a way that is appropriate for that community. In some areas where there might be mistrust of governments or something coming from directly from a government source might not have the same impact. We essentially want to have and have had over the last 2 years an approach of not just trying one avenue, so having our official campaigns and our official messaging with specific First Nations tailored and First Nations developed materials, while also providing and support through other non as traditional means, providing customizable materials so that communities can adapt, translating into more than 15 First Nations languages, and changing quite constantly as the needs evolve, the message evolves, and the feedback from the communities evolves. We've filmed videos, or facilitated the filming of videos from community members when a community was impacted by an outbreak, so that messages could be tailored directly to that community, but also other communities could learn from the lived experience of people who were experiencing an outbreak in their own community. So it's a whole range of different approaches that ultimately provide empowerment for the community to message to itself, because that's way more effective than a single government source repeating the same message.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tucker, and all of the officials for attending here today. That concludes the committee's cross-portfolio hearing on Indigenous matters. I would like to thank the Minister and all of the officers who've given evidence to the committee today, and thank Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance. And I now declare this meeting of the Senate Finance and Public Administration Legislation Committee adjourned. Thank you.